order. And before we continue, let me recognize the physical presence of Senator Nancy Binay. And let me direct the Committee Secretary to acknowledge the resource persons for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning also to Senator Binay and the resource persons. For the public hearing on bills regarding early childhood care and development, we have Senate Bill numbers 1754 and SBN 2029 as the agenda items. We would like to acknowledge our resource persons. From the ECCD Council, we have Dr. Teresita G. Inshong, Executive Director and Vice Chairperson, and Mr. Roel Isip, Acting Deputy Executive Director. From the Department of Education, we have Dr. Marilyn Xiao, Director 3 of the Bureau of Learning Delivery, Mr. Gaudencio and Luis Serrano, Ms. Sheena Jade Manuel, and Ms. Persefina Frias. From the Department of Social Welfare and Development, we have Assistant Secretary Irene B. Dumlao of Legislative Affairs. From the Department of the Interior and Local Government, or DALG, we have Attorney Cynthia Laureano Polido, Chief of the Legal Research Assistant and Legislative Liaison Service. From the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, or PAGCOR, we have Assistant Vice President of Corporate Services Department, Attorney Arnold Ferdinand Salvosa, and Vice President of the Corporate Social Responsibility Group, Mr. Ramon Stephen Villaflor. From the Department of Budget and Management, we have Attorney Tricia Baraan, Acting Director of the Budget Information Legislative Service, Ms. Joy Arrico, and Ms. Sharina Cristia R. Alba. From the Civil Service Commission, we have Mr. Joseph Randolph Palatao, Chief Human Resource Specialist of the Human Resource Policies and Standards Office. From the Federation of Daycare Workers, we have the National President, Ms. Perla Reyes, together with Ms. Mary Ann Abudanza and Ms. Jerica Estrada. From the Knowledge Foundation Incorporated, we have Ms. Rina Lopez Bautista, the President and Executive Director. Last but not the least, from Simeo Inatec, we have Dr. Jostado M. San Antonio, Manager of the Educational Research and Innovation Office. Mr. Chair, we were informed that Dr. Valerie Ulep of PIDS will log in at around 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Comsec. We're also honored and privileged to be joined by Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Morning, Chair.
Morning. Today we'll be discussing two proposed measures, SBN 1754, and the title of this measure, an act strengthening the early childhood care and development system, amending for the purpose sections 6, 9, and 11 of Republic Act number 10410, otherwise known as the Early Years Act of 2013, and appropriating funds therefore, authored by Senator Sunny Angara. The other one is SBN 2029, an act ensuring the alignment of basic education and early childhood education, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes, authored by yours truly. And today we'll be talking about these two bills. And as an opening statement, the objective of this hearing, aside from hearing these two bills, is to get an update, a formal update from the ECCD Council, which is the body that is mandated to come up with policies, monitor the implementation of early childhood programs in our country, as well as identify the gaps and issues that prevent the successful implementation of early childhood and care in our country. This early childhood is a unique setup because it is a devolved function to the local government units. In fact, it is a feature that I support. There are many advocates of education that are calling for the devolution of education, basic education, to our local government units. Of course, that's a different topic altogether, but for early childhood and care, it is completely devolved to our local government units. So, in a way, it's a efficient setup in which our local government units have full control in terms of implementing early childhood, and as well as improving early childhood and care in our localities. But having said that, there are still a lot of gaps in terms of policies, most importantly in terms of funding. So those are the things that we want to discuss in this hearing, how to plug in those gaps, how to improve funding, and most importantly, I was talking to Rina earlier, identifying the vision for early childhood. There's a basic question that I asked our team last night when we were discussing this bill. What is the vision for ECCD for early childhood and care? No? What is the ultimate goal, no, for early childhood and care? What is the measure, or what are the goalposts that we will use in order to gauge ourselves whether we are actually improving the implementation of early childhood in our country? So those are the missing items that none of the literature is pointing these answers to us. And so those are the things that we want to discuss in this hearing. Let's put the basics and the fundamentals in order, especially identifying the direction on where we want to take early childhood in our country. With that, let me ask Senator Hontiveros if she has any opening statement. Yeah.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, for presiding over our joint hearing today to discuss important measures to strengthen and further advance our early childhood care and development, or ECCD, systems and programs. Let me reiterate, as Chair of the Senate Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, I share the views of our Chair and our other colleagues in recognizing the role of ECCD as a crucial investment for our children's lifelong learning and promising future. I also share the belief of our longtime education reform advocates and our colleagues in the Senate in universal access to quality ECCD services, well-compensated and able child development workers and teachers, or CDWTs, and more responsive, collaborative, and accountable national and local ECCD structures. Nais ko rin pong ipaalala, Mr. Chair, that during last year's budget hearing, I specifically raised some questions that may have implications for implementing the proposed Senate Bill 1754 and 2029 in the future. Particularly, I'm concerned with the performance of the ECCD Council when it comes to budget utilization. Gusto ko lang pong malaman, Mr. Chair, kung na-improve na ba ang budget utilization rate ng ECCD Council, given that both measures we're tackling now intend to provide sustainable funding for ECCD programs and services. Gayon din, Mr. Chair, I noticed that the Executive Director has recently been appointed. Matagal na nating hiniling during last year's budget hearing na magtalaga na ng Executive Director para pangunahan ang implementation ng work plans para sa pagtatayo ng mga National Children Development Centers. If this is correct, Mr. Chair, napapatanong tuloy ako na kung sakaling maisabatas natin ang mga panukala, ito bang bagong forma at mandato ng isang national at mga local ECCD councils ay maiimplementa without delay? I hope that when our resource persons share their positions on the proposed measures, matalakay din ang mahalagang tanong na ito. Likewise, Mr. Chair, in the continuing absence of a representative from the Senate minority, I hope that EDCOM 2 has already covered ECCD in the ongoing discussion. At itong outcome ng ating hearing ngayon ay hindi naman sana sasalungat sa magiging rekomendasyon ng EDCOM 2. Lastly, I hope we can come up with a consolidated version of the bill, and at the proper time, I wish to be considered as one of the bill's co-authors. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa, and thank you for taking interest in early childhood care and development, or ECCD, in our country. There is much to be done. Like I mentioned, budget is a perennial issue, especially during the budget season. And thank you for protecting and even adding more budget for the implementation of ECCD in our country. But more than budget, we need to look at the structure As we have discussed in the past EDCOM hearings, there are also a lot of structural issues that we need to identify and also correct. Without strengthening and clearing the structure in place, it's very difficult to roll out a national program that is being implemented by a local government unit. No? We have about 1,500 local government units, and it's very difficult for them to evenly implement a national program if the structure is not in place. And having said that, also, the most fundamental question is where do we want to go? Where do we want to take ECCD? 5 years, 10 years, and beyond. No? And that's a question that has been unanswered for a very long time. No? And we aim to answer that today, and we aim to solve all of those gaps. And hopefully, the two measures proposed by yours truly and Senator Angara will help improve the implementation of ECCD in our country. So, with that, we'll start off with some basics. No? And the ECCD executive director is here, and also Dr. In Cheong, who is a long-time executive director, and I understand you're a consultant for ECCD. We'll start off with the basics first, no? Since the ECCD Council is mandated to come up with policies, monitor, supervise the implementation of ECCD in our country. Let's start off with a briefing from the ECCD Council, and later on we'll ask about basic statistics like participation rate, how many teachers do we have, what are the reasons how come we're not achieving what we want, what we want to achieve as universal implementation of ECCD. So we'll start off with a briefing from the ECCD Council, and then later on we'll do the rounds asking our resource persons their view and their suggestions on the two bills and also on ECCD. All right. So we'll call on Dr. In Cheong to start off, and then we'll just do the Q&A as we go along.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Ontiveros. And good morning to all of those who are participating here. I'm sorry, Mike, I have a cough. Thank you very much for giving this, for coming up with this bill. It will help us very much in terms of we have looked at it, we have investigated it, and it answers one of the basic it answers one of the basic problems that we have in terms of engaging the local government units. Because as both of you know, and that the local government do not have investment in terms of for early childhood. It is lumped together with the children. So that's one of the basic needs. The other one is our program at the moment is one of the challenges at the moment is actually the lack of tenure for our child development workers and teachers. And then, of course, also in our own office, we have not at least been given by the DBM plantilla position. That's why our program, our staff has been living for a greener pasture, so to speak. And the other one is our coordination with, actually, we noted that Senator Gatchalian included the DILG, which we have been trying to engage for the long time. But they are part of our TWG, but of course it is only TWG. But when we need their help, especially during pandemic, they help us very much in terms of coming up with guidelines for the safe reopening of our centers. Two, at the moment, we have our flagship program is that actually the National Child Development Centers. And we have already built so far, out of the 1,634, we already built 904. And of these 904, it's already, they are equipped with materials, and the teachers are, they are manned by teachers, actually full degree teachers of in early child education. One of the challenges also is the low enrollment of the 0 to 2, because for a long time, at least 75 years, the 3 and 4 are only, the 3, 4, and 5 are only being enrolled in the Child Development Center. And plus also there is a perception of among the parents that the child should not be going to the center as early as 3, and they just enroll in kindergarten. So we have trained with our initiative at the moment is prioritization of health and nutrition program of the LGU, and it strengthened also the implementation of the Kalusugan and Nutrition Magnaniac if first 1,000 days, and involving the community for establishment of home garden. That's our where we are now. But again, it is a low priority. So to speak, the ECCD is really a low priority among the local government. We have at the moment, we have an early learning program for infant and toddler early child development, which is pre-K1 and pre-K2. And then we have family support program. And when we have also an advocacy program, which is Kwentuhang Bulilit, and instructional materials and videos. We also have distributed several modules, including modules for parents with children with developmental delays. And we are rolling it out. At the moment, we have, currently, there is an ongoing program, which is in Manila, which are being attended by for social and city municipality, city and municipal social welfare development officer. So I will stop there.
Dr. Insyong, let's start with the basics. No, I heard earlier that you said low priority among local government units, but let's start first with the basics so everyone will appreciate. No, why do we need ECCD? No? Why do we need ECCD? Maybe the low prioritization by LGUs stem from lack of appreciation. No?
From 0 to 4, let me go back to brain development. And that's why I didn't touch it anymore, because I was always told to not to preach to the converts. But very importantly, since 0 to 4, that is where the brain of the child is rapidly developing. And it is our hope that when 0 to 4 is quality education, then there is no reason why the child will have why we have our department an increase of dropout rate, because they are already ready. Now, the ECCD actually is not only it is not only preparing for primary education, it is also preparing for holistic development, for social cohesion, and for gender equality, so that it will contribute to the well-being, which is very, very important for our kids. When the 5 years old, not all children are ready for kindergarten, because they are not prepared. They are maybe they are not properly nourished. They are not healthy, and there is a severe learning gap. So if we catch that time when 0 to 4, and if the government pays attention to that, and then so we are very much assured that it will improve the basic education, because we are bringing in kids that are ready for kindergarten.
So what you're saying is to prepare kids to go into kindergarten and beyond, ECCD is very important.
Yes,
And it's also very important for the holistic development
yes, Your Honor.
of our children. Um, I can see DepEd is here. Is ECCD in the Matatag agenda?
Yes, because
Is it
I think
is it part of the Matatag agenda? If you are saying it's very important, no? And it feeds into our formal schooling, which is K to 12, then we should put a lot of attention, no, to ECCD, starting with the vision of DepEd. No?
I
No?
have
And DepEd being the chairman of the council, diba? DepEd is the chairman of the council. Then it goes without saying that it should be part of the overall vision of DepEd, no? Which is the Matatag agenda. Matatag agenda. So is it part of the Matatag agenda?
I have not seen, Your Honor, any literature that is specifically specifically mentioned ACCD as part of the Matatag agenda, but actually it is first making our learners learn. That is also our vision, but I have never seen any literature that includes ECCD in the vision of the Department of Education.
Yeah, you're
Mr.
correct.
Chair.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just add to the question of the chair,
Mhm.
mahalagang tanong po yun dahil tingin ko yung isang direksyon na tinatahak, lalo na nung panukala nung chair, ay yung alignment
Yes.
ng ating ECCD sa K-12 or sa kabuang K-12 or sa kabuang education systems at programs natin, Mr. Chair. Kaya para sa akin, napakahalagang tanong po yan.
Tama ko kayo, Dr. Insyong, di nyo nakita dahil wala talaga doon eh. It's
Exactly.
not in the Matatag agenda. No? So that's the level of importance that we are giving ECCD. No importance at all. No? Because it's not even part of the Matatag agenda. No? And that is something that is concerning, no? Because like what Senator Risa mentioned earlier, it feeds into our system. No? And later on, let's discuss the importance. These are all concepts: holistic development, gender equality, reducing learning gaps. But also later on, we'll show, if you have also, but we can show the evidence from studies proves that development improves learning outcomes. No?
Mr. Chair, and if I could ating mga anak sa ating mga bata para sa gender equality, in what ways po does ECCD also contribute to gender equality sa consciousness at siguro sa lifestyle ng ating mga bata?
When the children are studying together, they do not see any difference. Then, in fact, we are also encouraging and we are training actually the child development workers and teachers to accept also children with developmental delays, children who are on IPs, because wala pa hong judgment ang mga bata. If they are growing together, then they will know that this is the world that they're living.
At meron din po bang gender sensitivity training yung mga child development workers and
Kasama
teachers?
po yun sa ating curriculum.
All right. Salamat po, Dr. Insyong. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
I would like to ask also DepEd. I understand that the predecessor of the Matatag agenda is the basic education, the BER, Basic Education Report or Reform. No? Is ECCD also part of the BER? The Basic Education Reform agenda? I think that was launched during the former administration. No? But that was actually, well, see, ECCD is also, Dr. San Antonio is here, is also familiar with the BER. But in the BER, ECCD or DepEd, Dr. Xiao, is ECCD part of the BER? Because that was the predecessor of the Matatag agenda, as I understand it.
Good morning po, Mr. Chair and Honorable Risa Hontiveros and the rest of the resource persons invited. So, foremost, I would like to thank you for the invite and for engaging DepEd in this undertaking. And as to that question, in the matatag in the basic education report, VP Sara Duterte, our secretary, focused on the mandate of DepEd. But basically, considering the coordination between and among agencies, so there should be a coordination. So the alignment is well appreciated now, because with this we can work out on the connections, how it will be connected to that of our kindergarten curriculum.
But is it part of the BER of the former administration?
We focused po on the basic
On K to
education.
12, no? It's
Yes.
the same. Tama ba? You said that.
Kindergarten
I think
to-
you said
to-
that's more is also very familiar with that, no?
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with the details, but I know the Basic Education Development Plan that was unveiled before Secretary Living turned over DepEd to VP Sara.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But that,
was
did it include ECCD, early
I'm
childhood?
checking, and I'll just communicate with your team.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's
Senator.
not there because
Most likely.
we looked at it. It's not there. No, my point there is, in both the BER or the Basic Education Plan of the former administration and the Matatag agenda, ECCD is not present. No, despite the statement of Dr. Insyong that it is important, it's foundational, it's a building block to improve learner outcomes, we never put importance on it. None of the agendas and the visions included ECCD. And we have to also be reminded that DepEd is the chairman of the ECCD Council. No, maybe the argument there is ECCD is informal. Nevertheless, it's something that we can build on to improve formal. No? So even though it's not part of the formal system, but it's a foundation that we can improve to improve the formal system. No? Yep.
Mr. Chair, na-strike nga ako sa sinabi nyo na in a way, an irony na ang DepEd, chair ng ECCD Council, pero organizationally, wala siyang jurisdiction sa pag-implementa as of now sa ECED, dahil yung mga CDT, CDWs natin, employed ng LGUs, di ba, sa ilalim ng Social Welfare Development Offices nila. So, parang Mr. Chair, lumalabas ngayon pa lang, this early in the hearing, nauuli lang early childhood care and development. Dapat siguro ampunin siya ng basic education system or kilalanin na biological child pa nga. And again, that's what I appreciate, yung importance ng direction nung bill ninyo in terms of the alignment, na ito yung direction, alignment, ECCD and basic ed.
Thank you, Senator Risa. And that's actually one of the feedbacks that we get from the local government units, and also my personal experience when I was a local chief executive, that there are gaps in the structure wherein DepEd is the chairman, but the local government is implementing, but there's no connection between DepEd and the local government. That's missing. No? So even though the council will come up with policies for local governments to implement, the local governments will not implement it because there's no line between them. No, so it's a gap that we need to plug. No, nevertheless, in my view, it is also very efficient that we have devolved ECCD because it's very difficult to manage daycares. No, like for example, in Valenzuela we have 70 plus daycares. It's very difficult for DepEd to manage the different daycares, no? Because it's administratively very complicated. So we just need to create that link or that structure so that we will improve the implementation. But nevertheless, I wanted to start off with basics, which is the vision. No? That's why I mentioned in my opening statement, what is the vision? Where do we want to go? But when we were looking at the documents, the agenda, the basic education report, the basic education plan, ECCD is not present. So in other words, wala tayong vision. No? There's no vision for ECCD. And we need to correct that, whether in the bill or through policy. We need to correct that, no? Because that's another gap. No, we don't know where to go, no, or we're not giving importance to ECCD. That's another one. The other one is let's have some basic numbers. And I don't know if the council has what is the participation rate of our ECCD right now? How many students do we have, and what is the target?
Mr. Chair, it's from 0 to 4, there are 12%. And then from 3 to 4, it's 25% out of that 10 million.
Because when we were computing it, can we flash
Hmm.
in enrollment? The participation rate of our 2 to 4 is about 9%. Let me just flash on the side. We have about 6.8 million
Yes, and
children aged 2 to 4. And the enrollment more or less is about 600,000. Yeah, 600,000. So
um,
it's about 9%. No?
Mr. Chair, it varies from year to year.
Yeah, varies very year to year. Correct.
But
But-
depending on the encoding of
So-
the because we have national enrollment tracking system, and
Yeah.
then so if they will not be able to encode, then we will not be able to have that data.
But
And then
based on your what available data is about 12%.
12% from 0 to 4, and then 25% from 3 to 4.
Yeah, in the way we came out with this number, we studied the PSA, the SWD, and your data. So more or less, it's between 9 to 12%, more or less. No.
Yes.
So in other words, if there are 6.8 million 2 to 4 years old, only 600,000 is enrolling. No, because it's not mandatory. No?
That's right.
So let me ask a fundamental question also, Dr. Insyong, and you can answer this based on your expert opinion. If it's very important, if ECCD is important as what we are seeing, how come it's not mandated? Before, kindergarten was not mandated, diba? But the science are saying if we put them to school early, no, they'll improve learning outcomes. No, so we mandated kindergarten. So how come we're not mandating ECCD children?
Actually, Your Honor, it is mandated by the 10-4-10. But the compliance of that law, I mean, in terms of the enrollment in the local government, is not really very, very satisfactory.
No, but enrollment is not mandated. It is meaning you can still go to kindergarten even without passing through our daycare/CDC. So therefore, it's not mandated. No?
That's why it's not compulsory.
It's not compulsory. It's not compulsory. So why is it not compulsory?
Well, the law did not state that.
Yeah, but based on best practices, global practices, and also studies, no? How come it's not mandated? And also, based on your information, are there countries mandating students to enroll at that early age?
Yes, Your Honor.
What countries are?
Singapore, in fact, Thailand, the 3 and 4 is already part of their
So in Singapore, it's age 3 and 4 is already mandated.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
I mean compulsory.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then Thailand is also compulsory.
I think 3 and 4, yes.
Okay. Yes, Senator.
Mr. Chair, these numbers are very important. I'll even take a step back dun sa isang sinight ni Dr. Insyong kanina na there are 904 local CDCs nationwide, accounting for only 55% of all LGUs. So halos kalahati din ng LGUs natin, Mr. Chair, wala pang ganitong structure or facility. Tapos, maybe that's also related sa, in addition to yung tinatanong ni Chair na dahil hindi pa natin ginagawang compulsory yung ECCD, comparatively low participation rates. Sabi niyo po, ma'am, 12% lang from 0 to 4. Then at 3 to 4 years old, 25%. So in a
more than one.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any more countries that made it compulsory? Out of so that we can enrich the records, Dr. Inchong, because that's a policy question that we can discuss, no, whether to make it compulsory or not, no. But then again, you're their expert, no. You guys are the experts. So what are the
Actually,
what is the global practice in terms of ECCD across the globe?
Actually, we in recent years, I think in this decade, we are seeing more attention of the different countries in ECCD. For example, in New Zealand, it is also part of it is mandated, and then compulsory po ang 4 and 5, not 4. And Australia, I think they have, I think we will send you, Mr. Chair, a complete list that we have in the office.
Yeah, so there are countries that that made it compulsory for their 3-4-year-olds to already go to school as part of their formal schooling system.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you suggest that the Philippines should follow suit
Um,
based on your expert opinion?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I strongly suggest that at least 4 should be included as the mandate of the government, so that it improves our. I mean, at least there is 1 year that the child is prepared prior to the basic education.
Okay.
Reason 4 lang po.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was nice to hear that New Zealand is also one of the countries that practices compulsory ECCD. I mean, the day after nanalo yung ating women's football team sa kanila sa World Cup. But I also, and it's not kidding, but that point aside, that happy point aside, tingin ko interesanting pag-usapan, even in terms of the possible budget implications. Dahil nasa constitution naman natin, highest budgetary allocation for education. And habang pinapalawak natin, or at the very least, ina-align natin yung ECCD sa basic ed, we conceive of ECCD as part of education. Dagdag lang, Mr. Chair, ilang mga punto to our further consideration of this matter of compulsory or still not compulsory ECCD. Siyempre po, yung isang context ay yung uneven capacity sa ngayon ng ating mga LGUs.
Right.
So it will be very interesting, important to hear from DILG in the hearing. Capacity po nila to deliver those ECCD
Yes.
services. Tapos syempre yung complexity nung mga kinakailangan o required na developmental interventions. So plus incentivizing as well, parental consent and appreciation of the program. Kung sabi nga ni Chair, yung appreciation around the table sa ECCD, di lalo na siguro sa mas malawak na hanay ng mga kapwa magulang natin. And then of course, never to minimize the complexity of the development development interventions. Kaya yung pagpapahalaga na binibigay ninyo, mga edukador natin, sa capacitating ng mga teachers and other education workers natin. And then at this point, Mr. Chair, may recognition sa early childhood education for 3 to 4 as part of the education system structure. Pero wala pa tayong plano. And I did ask Education Secretary VP Sara about this during the budget hearing, but there was no response at that point in time. So I'm looking forward to more of a response dito po sa ating hearing. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa, for those insights. I'll go back to another basic question, Dr. Insyong, or maybe Dr. Xiao can answer. We mentioned, well, I'll backtrack a bit, no? The participation rate is only 9%, so napakababa. Well, one of the reasons it's not compulsory, no, in our country. If it's not compulsory, then we have to convince our parents that ECCD or sending their children early, to school is beneficial to them and beneficial to their children. We need to convince them. No, we need to demonstrate the benefit because it's on their own volition to send their children to school. Now, we are saying that the incentive there is it prepares their children for formal schooling. No? So let me ask that. Let me focus on that aspect. No, the preparation. No, do we have any research or data showing that participating in early childhood will lead to better learning outcomes, will lead to better learner performance? Can we demonstrate here in this committee that there's such research that can pinpoint concrete evidence that ECCD is indeed beneficial to learner outcomes? No? Because we need to we need to convince our parents. It's not compulsory. So we need to convince them na maganda ito. No? But we need to demonstrate to them also because maybe they don't believe it because it's a waste of time, it's added cost, they don't see the benefit. And that's why we want to put on record the concrete benefits, aside from, of course, the general statements that you mentioned earlier. No?
Actually, Your Honor, there was a longitudinal study conducted by ACER, DFAT, CMU Inotech, and together with the Department of Education. And this started from 2014 to 2019. The impact of this preschool daycare attendance on student development and performance, my quote, on the average, children who attended preschool and daycare achieved significantly higher scores in mathematics, literacy, socio-emotional skill than those who did not. There was a significant difference between children who attended 1 to 3 days of preschool per week compared to those who attended 4 to 5 days per week. Children who attended 4 to 5 days per week achieved significantly higher scores on average than those who did not. Data across the case study school indicated that children who had preschool daycare experience had higher emotional literacy skills, were more confident and positive attitudes, and interacted better with their teachers and classmates compared to children who did not have the preschool and daycare experience. We have the complete study here, Your Honor, which we will turn over to you later.
Yeah, but do you have that a slide or that presentation, that graph that shows the improvement if they undergo ECCD?
Actually, in the latest that I got, those children that have quality early childhood education have improved higher in terms of EGMA, which is elementary grade mathematics ability, at least 26% over the average. And those children who, and the same children also increased by 28% in their assessment of EGRA, which is assessment of reading, elementary reading assessment. And in terms of psychosocial index, they have increased by 28%. That I only remember.
So what you're saying is that is a study by which one?
In the Philippines,
So-
by UNICEF, ACER, DEFAT,
Okay.
and Simyo Inotech.
And what you're saying is the students scored 26% better on literacy
Yes,
over the average.
Yes.
Those who entered
a quality preschool education.
quality preschool facility, and then 28% over the average
Reading.
on reading, and then 28% above average on psychosocial
Yes.
measurements.
Yes. Your Honor.
So, in other words, this study proved that those children who entered preschool, no? Which is anong age ho yan? 2 to 4?
I think 3 to 4.
3 to 4. Led to better performance in terms of literacy, reading, and also psychosocial.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chair,
Yeah.
Dr. Inchong mentioned that one of the co-conductors of the longitudinal study was Simeo Inotech.
Yes.
So I wonder if Dr. San Antonio is familiar with that study and could share more about it with us.
She was.
Thank you for that, Senator Risa.
Good morning again. The study was conducted before I joined the Inotech, but I have a few results to share as well. Like on socio-emotional skills, there continued to be a moderate positive correlation between high social and emotional skills and cognitive performance. Also, boys were reported by their teachers to have much lower social emotional skills. And students in conflict affected areas continue to be the lowest performers. The achievement gap between students learning in different contexts is increasing. So there's even in this study that the center has undertaken for UNICEF, ACER, and the DepEd, this was among those findings reported in the final report.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, and salamat kay Dr. San Antonio. So, napaka-multifaceted talaga ng education, no? Pati yung context ng armed conflict can significantly impede the optimal learning of our students. Mr. Chair, I was also struck by the time period of the longitudinal study, 2014 to 2019, so hanggang just before the pandemic. So, may napansin din po ba, if of course the study ended before then, pero may napansin din po ba ang ECCD or even si Dr. San Antonio na any kind of learning loss sa ECCD children natin as we have observed and are trying to respond to sa basic hanggang tertiary education natin as a result of the pandemic?
I mean, in early childhood education, that is where it is the most vulnerable, and there was a great loss for that, as reported by UNICEF.
Salamat po.
Thank you. Just to continue, Dr. San Antonio, can you explain to us? I have that study, no? I think this is the study. Can you share to the committee based on this study, what are the findings on children who participated in preschool or ECCD and in relation to learning outcomes?
System level findings po on literacy skills. There's a table there that shows that the achievement of all students assessed over the duration of the study at 6 time points as box plot enables the reader to compare the achievement and growth of sample students over time. It shows that there are students generally over time, the students were still considered to be performing at lower levels, not at the proficient level. Our students, and then all students sampled are most likely unable to read at grade 4 curriculum expectations level because the curriculum for grade 4 has been found to be having high cognitive demands. The distribution of literacy skills was wide, meaning that within the sample, there were a vast range of student abilities and large difference between the highest and lowest performers. So the learners learn at very different pace. And in terms of literacy, language of assessment, the results of the quantitative analysis revealed that sampled students' literacy skills continued to grow as they transitioned from mother tongue to Filipino and English, grade 3 and 4. But while students did not did improve, literacy skills were below curriculum expectations in all languages. This is what I was saying, that the performance was not at par. The impact of initial literacy learning in 2 or 3 languages is not clear. Students from Luzon and Visayas achieve an almost identical combined mean in Filipino and English, in spite of the substantial extra cognitive load for sampled students from Visayas, who also had to develop literacy skills in Srinugbuanong Binisaya. However, for schools with Maguindanaon as the mother tongue language of instruction, the students' mean was a great deal lower in both Filipino and English compared with all other students. For math, it's almost the same, Your Honor.
Dr. San Antonio, based on your statements, it doesn't seem like it's quite encouraging that we're focusing on the exposure of students to preschool or ECCD. I want to get from you, being an expert in this, whether exposure in preschool will lead to improve learner outcomes. No? So, but from your statements, it looks like it's a mixed results. No?
What I'm trying to say is there's an improvement, but it's not yet at par with what we want to accomplish.
Okay.
And the initial results, it's a longitudinal study. At some points, there were very good results, like showing that the increase in improvements as far as achievement is concerned was good. But the final survey had some interesting surprises, like the attainment in the reading and mathematics performance were not sustained.
So in other words, it improved, but not at par.
Yes. Yes,
That's the message that we are getting from that study. So in your opinion, the exposure to preschool, will it help? Does the study say that the exposure to preschool help the students? And in your expert opinion, will it help the students?
I believe, Your Honor, that the children who are exposed to early pre or early childhood experiences would most likely be more prepared to learn the requirements of the schools that we have starting kindergarten, especially quality early childhood education.
Mr. Chair, tulad ng Chair, nagpupulot sana ako ng sources of hope from ECCD, di ba? Para sa ating basic education and syempre moving higher. Kaya bago po yung mixed or surprising results ng longitudinal study na iyan, dinudugtong ko yung sinabi ni Dr. Insyong kanina that kids who went through ECCD achieved higher scores in different subject areas, in addition to higher emotional and literacy skills. Kaya, I was going to ask kung itong better performance sa ECCD makakatugon dun sa isang pinoproblema natin ngayon, which you also mentioned, Sir Dr. Antonio, na our kids are at age 10, they're not reading at grade 4 level. So, nagbubuo sana ako ng pag-asa na, kung i-scale up natin or palawakin ang coverage ng ECCD, and then may demonstrated higher scores ang mga bata doon, will it prepare them to read at grade 4 level pagpatak nung edad na 10 years old? Pero sabi nyo nga, surprising din yung results even in basic education na baka may susi yung isang sinabi nyo rin na the results are not sustained. So baka after a good and more widespread ECCD, kailangan galingan natin yung performance natin for our kids in kinder to grade 3 para pagdating sa grade 4, they are reading at grade 4 level. And lastly, at this point, Mr. Chair, I was glad na binanggit ni Dr. San Antonio yung ilang related issues sa mother tongue education. Kasi yun yung prib speech nyo, Mr. Chair, minsan na gustong-gusto kong makapag-interpellate. It's so interesting, so important. Naubusan lang tayo ng oras in that particular session. But I'm looking forward to returning to it and really appreciate yung mga insights also about it sa ating resource person. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa, for those. The same with Senator Risa, I was trying to pick up some points, no, because when we go deeper into the bill, no, part of the bill is to mandate local governments to allocate funds, no. But we have to convince them that allocating funds will improve learner outcomes. No? These are not national government funds. These are local government funds. So they will ask us, no, Senator Risa and I, will this improve the outcomes of our learners? We have to demonstrate that to them. No? Beyond the philosophical and beyond the motherhood statement that it will prepare learners, it will improve gender equality. Of course, these are nice things to say, but we have to show them the evidence. No? We have to show them that, look, if they enter in their daycare system, they will improve in terms of reading, they will improve in terms of numeracy, and so on. No, those are the things that we want to put on record. No, but I'm getting mixed reactions. No, and it's very difficult to convince local government units to put money because in the law, we will also get funds from the SEF. We will also get funds from the GAD. No? So if we get funds from the GAD and the SEF, we're depriving other programs of that same funds. No? So we need to convince them. So those are the things. That's why we're putting this on record. No, Dr. Inchong, if you have other data to support the ECCD program, then let's talk about that so we can put it. On record.
Actually, let me clarify something. The study was it involves up to grade 6, but the first round, I mean, you will see a lot of improvement during the first round. So round 1 is, I think there were 6 rounds. Round 1, it measures the achievement of the kindergarten. Round 2, it measures also the achievement of the grade 1, and round 3, it measures the round. So in that particular area, we have a very, very encouraging and significant increase. But in the later years, they try to pick up again in grade 6. In the later years, there are other factors that may contribute to the non-learning. So it's not only the preschool, because we have already shown the impact and the significant of coming up with a very, very quality of preschool education. So what I'm trying to say is, the study shows here that in the first, in kindergarten, grade 1 and grade 2 and grade 3, the children were already improving. So what happens in the next one is that, I mean, I'm not very sure what are the factors that and variables that come in the study.
Mr. Chair, I'm glad that Dr. Inchong mentioned that at this point kasi idadagdag ko nga po sana yung observation na in the study cited, hindi nga po considered yung other factors in addition to early childhood education specifically. Halimbawa, yung status of health, nutrition, buti na cite din ni Dr. San Antonio na kung conflict affected yung area o hindi. And others na sa konteksto ng bata mismo, nung pamilya niya, nung community niya. So again, like the chair, going back to basics, ang isang tanong ko sa ngayon po, what is the performance measure or what is the result matrix for effective ECCD services delivery?
Actually, it should be an input on on holistic development. Excuse me. We're trying to come up with an integrated, comprehensive services for the kids, and to include nutrition, health education, and early learning. So we are focused here in the law. I mean, it was only focused. I mean, the bill that we are is focused on early learning. But you know, before the child can go to the school, they have to be healthy. They have to be robust. And so we have to educate also the parent education. In Colombia, when we visited with the DBM and the ILG, they have even during pregnancy, the parents the mother are already registered so that the local government can allocate resources for them. So here, we are not very sure how far the maternal and child care is being placed by the local government. So that's one. Another one that resulted in low enrollment is the parents, the culture of the parents themselves. I understand you said earlier, Mr. Chair, that some parents would not want their children to go to school as early as possible. Anyway, tinatanggap naman talaga sa kindergarten. So that's one basic concern. During the time of Yusek Dino, Lorna Dino, she made sure that each child coming to the ECCD, I mean to the kindergarten, is bringing with him the ECCD checklist, which shows if the child is on track, on advance or delayed, so that they are able to actually provide intervention already. So we have, we have all child development centers are using the ECCD checklist as a measure of their learning domains.
Mr. Chair, ang ganda naman po nun na pagpunta sa kinder, dala yung ECCD checklist. So parang it's ang tawag mo doon, not pioneering, but I can't find the exact word I'm thinking of. It's going ahead of the bill already, in the sense na yung direction ng bill ni Chair na gustong i-align ang ECCD sa ating basic education. So ang ganda naman po na may ganun na ring practice on the ground,
Yes.
at least in some parts of the country, if not all yet. And then yung ginagawa po nila sa Colombia, so implementation din po yun ng katulad ng ating first 1,000 days law. So napaka-importante nung pag-oversight namin at pag-implement nung iba't ibang departamento nung mga ganong klaseng batas. And lastly at this point, Mr. Chair, so I appreciate, sabi po ninyo, Dr. Insyong, na you're developing an integrated and a comprehensive approach incorporating nutrition, education, health. But I was also struck by yung sinabi po ninyo na you observe certain progress among the kids sa earlier years in ECCD, pero may surprising or mixed na falling off in the later years of ECCD at hindi pa natin po alam kung bakit. So I think Mr. Chair just points out to me how important it is for the executive and with our support sa legislature na year on year talagang tinatrack yung mga bata, what's going on na enables or prevents them from maximally learning or not. And that's why I share the chairs and our other colleagues' concern for ECCD na siya talaga yung napaka-importanting unang-unang intervention sa education. And I'm hopeful that yung attention that the committee, the chair is leading us in giving sa ECCD year on year na maano siya, maipagpapatuloy throughout the basic hanggang tertiary education. Lalo na dito sa simula. It's foundational nga as we're saying. Salamat po.
We all know that some of the parents in the private sector, they pay 100,000, 200,000 for preschool. No, and I heard that as early as may staff ako, parang 2 years old. Si Archie, 2 years old pa lang, nag-aaral na yung anak, no? For various reasons, not only for academic, but for social development and all that. But the point of the matter there is, if you can afford it, no, parents would choose to educate their children as early as possible, no, as early as 2 years old, no. So that goes to show that parents who can afford are now giving a lot of importance to early childhood because they can afford it. But that should not be an equity issue. No, early childhood should not be an equity issue. That's why Senator Risa and I are here to learn what are the gaps in terms of funding and in terms of other things on how to make it as accessible and hopefully universal at one point to our constituents, not only for those who can afford, but to everyone. Would like to ask Dr. Xiao if you have any studies that will point to improve learner outcomes. Have you looked at this? Have you looked at research that will point to improve learner outcomes from the DepEd main central office?
We can
Sige, but can you narrate it at least before, if you have any narration of that? Yeah, we can.
Actually, most of our data in focus on elementary. So this may be a good opportunity this time if we conduct studies starting from the ECCD and follow through to,
Yeah,
to
because
the elementary.
Because we have looked at other studies. No, well, I'll show it to you later on.
In depth.
But we want to hear from the DepEd, from ECCD Council, the effect of ECCD or effect of early childhood to learner outcomes. No? Because that's aside from what Senator Risa mentioned about nutrition, but we need to convince our parents. They're not, in other words, they're not seeing the value of putting their kids to early childhood care and development schools, no, to CDCs, and that's why the participation rate is only 9%. No, 600,000 out of the 6 million. No? So we're still far off from achieving universal participation rate. No? With that, we'll ask our resource persons, no, on their views and suggestion. We'll go back to Dr. Inchong and DepEd later on, but we'll do the round so that we'll hear the suggestion of our other resource persons regarding the matter. Dr. San Antonio or Yusek San Antonio, any comments on the matter?
I really support the idea that we should make early childhood services, care and development services available to everybody, to all Filipinos, not only those who can afford. But we have to make sure that the child development centers will be able to provide high quality services, and we will have to make sure that the ones doing the facilitation of the socialization and other learning activities are done by those who know how to do it. Because I think one reason why some of the results do not seem to support our idea that an early childhood experience would eventually make the learners better prepared for learning is the fact that they may have perhaps gone through an experience that was not like scientific, that was not done by a professional. So that's one point that I hope the law will be able to capture. We'll have to make sure that the child development centers are able to provide good quality experiences for the kids. Of course, the leaders should also be capacitated. They should be made to understand the value of doing this. And already mentioned, parents should really agree and believe that doing this is something that will benefit their children. I've been always saying that yes, it's an equity issue. The children from the poor families, like my own childhood, we had no access to early learning because the parents could not really send us to those centers. But we know that even my own children, because I could already afford, had some access to early childhood development as well. So perhaps the local government units that do not have so much resources will also be given extra support from some funding institutions as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Risa.
Thank you, Dr. Dads. We'll hear from Ms. Rina of the Knowledge Channel, one of the foremost advocates of early childhood in our country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And good morning, everyone. Senator Risa. Yeah, well, the Knowledge Channel, as Senator Gatchalian has been saying, is that has been working with early childhood in the past few years because we realized that there was, like a lack of focus and attention on early childhood, no? As it leads into better learning outcomes, no, in later years. But while we started on that track because of education, poor educational outcomes, we realized that it's not just learning outcomes that we need to look at, but really a holistic development of the child, no? Physical, cognitive, social, emotional, no? And so when we talk about the 0 to 4 years old, we really look at all of these different aspects: the health, nutrition, social protection, early learning stimulation, no? That needs to be given to the children by professionals, by their parents, their primary caregivers. The family is always the most important unit, no? And of course, the teachers, no? And so for us, there are many different modalities. We have the CDCs, the Child Development Centers, but there can be other modalities that should be used as well to provide these services to the children and the families, no? So the community is very important, no? Neighborhood play, really different. We also believe that just as teachers are made to be accredited, no, and certified to teach the 5 to 18 years old or even higher, no, tertiary and postgrad, that the teachers should also be certified, in early education. They should all be CDTs. There might not be any more room for CDWs, but CDTs. No? And I feel that it should have the same professional standards and room for advancement and growth as well as teachers in maybe the DepEd Ed, no? So like maybe there should also be master teachers, no? So that they do not go, end up going to DepEd Ed or other agencies, no? Or universities or schools, no? To teach or to grow and earn more, no, but really have that track. Um, so it's really that the professionalization of the I believe that really that's the most important element. Really being able to have the professional teachers and being able to provide the parents as well and the primary caregivers with that knowledge, the knowledge and the skills, no, needed to provide their children also with holistic development. No. Um, and so, given that, we believe that there also needs to be a change in the ECCD, that there needs to be like an autonomous authority that is couched in family. No, I think that's and I'm sure Senator Risa, you know the importance of the family as well, especially for early childhood, because 0 to 4 really starts with the parents. It starts with the family. No, um, and so having that structure, that the change in the structure, no, that like the chairman Senator Wynn was also saying, um, uh, uh, there needs to be a change in the structure of the ECCD, wherein there will be that very strong connection and continuum between the policy and implementation. And so it's really uh, having the, well, if we're to take that the how it is today, wherein the DILG or the local government unit is the one that implements, no, and runs the CDCs and hires the child development teachers, no, they have to be empowered. They have to be given that responsibility, empowerment, and accountability, no, um, to um, to be able to implement a good. Maybe they should have. I'm also a believer of positive reinforcement. So like what's that? The seal of good governance. No, they cannot get that unless they have a good program on ECCD, you know, or some other. I'm sure you know you know this better than I do, no. But what are the positive reinforcements that will make them, you know, provide the best early childhood care and development for the children in their local communities, no? So for me, I think that you know, we're willing to be part of like awards, no, giving awards to local government units, no, and all of that to be able to do that. So the ILG really plays a big role, no. We were even toying with the idea that the ILG should be the head of the ECCD Council, no. Uh, so, but having of course all the, you know, consulting with all the education and DSWD family, and you know all the experts, no, on early childhood. But because they're the implementers, no. So that was one of the things that we were also thinking about. Yeah, and of course, there's so many major challenges happening today with the pandemic, the effects of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and the advancement in technology. All of these three have, you know, global effects that affect early childhood. the early childhood care, no, and development. And we need to really bring that in as well in our discussions of the structure and how we care for our children. No. Earlier, I think you're asking, what is it that why should we provide good care to our young children? And aside from education and better learning outcomes, this is also the time when executive function is developed massively. No, so attention, focus, self-regulation, it happens at this time. No, before the age of 5, and I think the next time that this will happen will be like in the later teenage years. No, so looking at these things like executive function, social emotional learning, all of this, I think it's very important for them to even learn at this age not to be bullies or how to manage bullying. Because I think even in PISA, in our the PISA exam or results, that came out, no, the bullying. So all of these things start from very young. So it really brings me back to the point wherein the teachers, the caregivers are so important. They need to know how to manage, the children and how to be able to help the children develop in the best way that they can. No, they need to be able to manage themselves as well, because studies have shown as well that the trauma, stress of the caregivers transfers to children. So having a very good support system of other teachers or other caregivers is also very important. So all of this, I mean, there are like so many things that that go into early childhood care and development. But I think the Senate is really on the right track in really looking at how can we do it better? How can we care for our children better, and thus our future leaders in our country? So I really thank Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and everyone else in the that are caring for our children today.
Thank you, Rina. And later on, we'll talk about you made a very good point, no, on the CD, the child development teachers and child development workers. In fact, I know for a fact that you can actually concentrate or focus on early childhood when you take education in college. So in other words, there is now much focus uh, being given to teachers who want to teach in the early childhood level. No? So, and that itself is now becoming a specialization. No? So, that's a good point that you made. That we later on we want to talk about that also and how to um, achieve professionalization. But do you have any? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that because the SUCs are like free now, many of them, many of the WCDTs, no, can be incentivized to attend this courses or in the SUCs. But the SUCs have to be offering this course as well. So working with CHED also, I guess on this, no. So, yeah.
Thank you for that, Rina. We call on Yeah, go ahead,
Mr.
Senator.
Chair, just two quick points. One is, in fact, I remember a cousin of mine took early childhood education at Marinol pa ang pangalan ng Miriam College noon, at Marinol 4 decades ago. So it's really a long-standing and well-respected field, and it's good that it's highlighted now because of the work of our of ECCD. And I was struck by the comment that maybe really the focus is on the CDTs. There may not be room anymore for CDW. So it's interesting to continue discussing about that. Of course, in your own bill, Mr. Chair, there are provisions on the professionalization both of CDTs and CDWs, and there are also bills of our colleagues, Senators Jinggoy and Nancy, on Magna Carta for Child Development Workers. Opo. And then secondly, ang ganda nung concept of autonomous authority couched in family. So moving forward, I'd be interested to learn more about that. So I think for now, Mr. Chair, just those 2 points. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Risa. And later on, we're actually very privileged that we're joined by Miss Reyes. She's the national president of the Federation of Daycare Workers. And so, and in the proposed measure that I mentioned, the proposed measure that I filed, there's a transition. No, I honestly I know that we have a lot of daycare workers, as we call them now, who have been there for many years, no, and who've been trained in practice, no, but they don't have the formal schooling, no. But in my opinion, experience is also an asset, no, and we can utilize that experience by injecting trainings and injecting certain certifications so that they can improve their practice. No, so we'll talk about that later on. No, so that we're not only not leaving our children behind, but not leaving our workers behind. No, so both are moving on the same direction. But we'll talk about that when we call on Mr. Ma'am Reyes. We'll call on Assistant Secretary Dumlao of the SWD. Any comments?
Magandang umaga po, Mr. Chairman. Magandang umaga din po, Senator Risa and all the members of the committee. Foremost, the Department of Social Welfare and Development would like to enunciate that we support legislative measures that actually promote the welfare and development of young children. As I was listening in the discussion earlier, we believe in the department that the child development or early child development is actually part of our Ambition 2040, and it falls under Maginhawa because Maginhawa signifies the aspiration to achieve a comfortable and progressive life for all Filipinos, ensuring that their basic needs are met and that they enjoy an improved quality of life. In fact, the DSWD, as the lead in social protection, has proposed the social protection plan and has focused on children. And under that, we made sure that there is quality education that is more accessible to our young population. And that actually is complemented by health and nutrition indicators. That is why we have the supplementary feeding program. Likewise, we have the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, wherein one of the conditions of the program is for children aged 3 to 5 years old to be enrolled in child development centers. Likewise, we see an increasing awareness on the importance of early childhood care and development. That is why under our Kalahi Seeds program, we are able to record more than 8,000 CDC sub-projects as of July 15. We could infer that, again, there's an increasing awareness on the importance of CDCs, particularly in remote communities. But then, of course, we recognize the earlier statement of Senator Win that there is still a challenge in terms of participation of children 3 to 5 years old. That is why we welcome the passage of or the enactment of the parent effectiveness sessions under or service under Republic Act 11908, because under the parent effectiveness seminars, there is now an effort to support and empower parents in their roles as primary caregivers and nurturers of their children. Under the PES, we will be able to provide parents with knowledge, skills, and techniques to improve their parenting practices, strengthen family relationships, and promote the overall well being of their children. And through that, we would be able, again, to give the necessary competencies to our primary caregivers in ensuring that they really give value or premium to early childhood development. But then, of course, as we've earlier manifested, we support legislative measures that would really align basic education and early childhood education. The Department of Social Welfare and Development will continue to provide all the necessary information to enhance or to ensure that we would be able to really come up with this specific measure, especially in providing data on CDCs and child development workers, because at present, the DSWD is still accrediting CDCs, but once we finalize the Memorandum of Agreement with the ECCD Council, ibibigay na rin po namin sa kanila. So yun po muna for the DSWD.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was really glad to hear yung recognition ng DSWD na early childhood care and development is part of Ambition 2040. Siguro tulad ng chair, lagi din ako naghahanap ng overarching vision, 'di ba? Parang framework lang, anchors, handholds and footholds ng ating inyong mga programa and then aming mga polisiya. So it's good to see if it's not yet in the matatag or in the education report, at least it's already it's recognized pala by our departments that it's part of Ambition 2040. And sabi nyo nga, ASEC falling under maginhawa, oo. And then, it was good to be reminded na, kasi sabi nga, pareho ni Dr. San Antonio at ng chair, dapat hindi equity issue. Dapat may universal access sa ECC o sa ECED yung ating mga bata. It was good to be reminded na yung isa sa mga kondisyon sa participants at parent leaders sa 4Ps ay na nag-a-attend nga ng ECED yung kanilang mga anak at least 3 to 5 years old. So it gives us it gives us a good example and a starting point para i-consider nga yung pagpapalawak nito, pagiging universal nito or even compulsory, and then even beyond the 4Ps families. It's nice is a trite word, but it's wonderful to have a program na ang nagbibigay ng magandang halimbawa ay hindi lang tayong mga middle class or yung mga mayayamang magulang, pero pati yung ating mga mahihirap na magulang. And Chair, I have a question for DSWD tungkol sa private sector providers. Yung private sector participation ba sa ECCD service delivery, well, una-una ano yung extent nito? And then monitored ba ito? Or in any way supervised or monitored ng department? And merong bang standards of performance set for delivery? So sino po yung nagre-regulate if ever kung may sa mga private sector participation sa ECED?
Mr. Chair, in response to the query of the Honorable Senator, yes, the DSWD does the accreditation of these organizations. In fact, we have issued nga po MC03 series of 2015 and administrative order. Let me just check on the administrative order number. But this primarily guides us in accrediting ito pong mga organizations that provide social welfare interventions.
Or particularly early childhood education?
That's correct.
Opo. Anong extent ng private sector participation sa early childhood education?
Yeah, but with respect to private organizations, because sabi nga po natin, di po ba, hindi naman po kaya lahat ni DSWD. That is why we have private organizations partners in the implementation of social welfare development programs, like those that provide early childhood care development. At yun nga po, ina-accredit ni DSWD to ensure that ito pong mga ini-implement nilang mga programs and services align with the standards set by the department.
So at the minimum po, ina-accredit ng department yung mga private sector service providers of early childhood education. And if so po, or maybe, Mr. Chair, I should ask Director Insyong, opo, kasi is there a minimum monitoring or regulation? And nagsiset po ba ng standards of performance for deliveries in the private sector?
Your Honor, may I request Mr. Sabalsa, who is in charge of quality assurance?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Isip. Sabal.
Yes. Yes, good morning, Senator Gatchalian and Senator Ontiveros. If I may, actually, during the for the accreditation done by the DSWD, there's no monitoring and evaluation for the private schools. That's why in the mandate of the ECCD Council in RA 10410, wherein it includes the private service providers, that's why we had this transition on the tool that was used by the DSWD to the recognition tool that was passed the ECCD Council Governing Board during the 2015, so that we can also cover those private centers providing monitoring and evaluation to really include those private service providers. But because of the transition from 2015 up to right now, local government units are really having this difficulty to monitor the private schools since they're complying to the evaluation tool used by the DSWD. That's why we want to push through. That's the transition that was mentioned by ASEC Dumlao, the memorandum of agreement between the DSWD and the ECCD Council, so that we can really penetrate those private service providers and really monitor, and to address also the gap in terms of really covering the data of all children provided with this early intervention programs, both public and private.
Thank you for that, sir and Mr. Chair. Importante din ito, similarly as we look at the differences between but also hoped for greater complementation between public and private education sa basic hanggang tertiary education. So it's good na nagsisimulang or nagko-coordinate ang department at saka ang ECCD also about this aspect nung shop nila. I just wanted to add also, Mr. Chair, the establishment of CDCs is part of the criteria in RA 11292 or yung Seal of Good Local Governance. Kanina may nagbanggit, I think it was Ms. Rina, na baka pwedeng ang criteria yung pag-provide ng quality early childhood education para ang mga LGUs makapanalo o makakamit niyang Seal of Good Local Governance. So nandun na po siya sa Section 7E.1. Criteria siya sa programs for sustainable education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Teresa, for those important questions. I'd like to ask the SWD, no? I'm trying to look for here in the Early Years Act, specifically the role of the SWD. Can you explain to us, ASEC, what insofar as ECCD is concerned, what are the activities and the responsibilities of the SWD right now? Aside from, I heard earlier, you accredit child development centers. Is that it? Just the accreditation of the child development centers?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was just reminded of the Administrative Order Series of 15. Tama po yung nabanggit na, yes, DSWD accredits nga po yung mga child development centers.
All child development centers go through DSWD. not the LGU.
At present po, kami po ang nag-a-accredit po.
Okay. And do you also accredit or at least look at the qualifications of the teachers slash workers?
Let me just check, Mr. Chair, on our guidelines, just to be precise on my...
Baka you can help out a friend. No? Certifies or who looks at the qualification of the teachers and the workers? Or is there such a thing or there's no such thing?
There is, Mr. Chair,
Mm-mm.
and I think Mr. Carsabalsa can explain better.
Okay, go ahead.
Um, right now, we have this past evaluation tool to accredit the center and also the service provider, particularly the child development workers and teachers. But because of the, well, sorry for the term, conflict between the two agencies, the two national government in terms of which is which. The recognition tool passed by the ECCD Council Governing Board during 2015 or the accreditation using the AO15 of the DSWD. So that's why we had several meetings with the department to firm up this conflicting tools that we're going to use. But right now, we're in the process of drafting the memorandum of agreement for the transfer of the budget also from the DSWD. And
Go ahead. Sige, go ahead.
and also to transfer the function because before the assessment is facilitated by the field offices of the DSWD. So it's the field office who's doing the accreditation. But for the transition, we'll be utilizing the provincial social welfare offices. Since it's their mandate also to provide technical assistance to the cities and municipalities at the local level. So that's our situation right,
So right
now.
now there are two
Yes, there are two tools
tools
that,
that
implemented.
are being used.
Yes, because
to
of the
accredit.
issue ones.
And you accredit the facility, you accredit the teachers,
Yes, the workers.
the workers.
Mhm.
Well, these are and the materials, I would assume. No?
Yes, the entire center, the hard and soft component.
But that's not being used. It's the DSWD circular or standards that are being used.
Yes, actually,
Are these two different?
yes, this is very different in terms of the areas that are being assessed.
Okay.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Asek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to go back lang po to the earlier question. Yes, part of the accreditation procedure is to look at the competencies also of the daycare workers. It's actually the competencies or the standards are actually enumerated in our Administrative Order 15.
So you look at the facilities and you look at the workers for private. That's for private service providers.
Well, all ECT centers and service providers managed by national government agencies, government-owned and controlled corporations, local government units, SWADAs, people's organizations, and other.
So everything.
Lahat.
So everything. So everything goes through you. Okay. And I'm looking at the Early Years Act. But there's no specific mention here that that is the mandate of the SWD in this law. That the accreditation is an exclusive function of the SWD.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Actually nga po, as earlier mentioned by our friends from the ECCD Council, ongoing po kasi talaga yung transition. Dapat po talaga nasa ECCD Council na.
Yeah, but when do you finish that? Because that's the structure I'm talking about. No, medyo may confusion, Senator Risa. DSWD is just a member of the ECCD Council. It's a member for, I think, based on the functions and the objectives, it's a member because of the social protection portion, no, of the ECCD Council. If you look at the composition of the ECC Council, it's really for the holistic development. You have health, you have nutrition, you have education being the primary responsibility. The social welfare, the DSWD participation is really for social protection and welfare, you know. For equity, you know, for example, you have very poor constituents, then the SWD can come up with some equity mechanisms. But in terms of the whole program, it's really the body that works on it, no? And the accreditation of the center and the people working in the center is a very important function, no? Because without that, then there's no program, no? So, but then again, it's a from our setup right now, it's now an exclusive function of the SWD. No, so my thoughts on this, it has to be the council as a whole, no, so they can talk about it, no, they can, as a body, they can come up with circulars, they can come up with standards, no, not only with the SWD but as a body, no.
Mr. Chair, in fact, hindi nga ba, because of that, hindi nga ba dapat na yung ECCD Council resolutions or decisions ang binding sa lahat ng member agencies, pati ng mga departments? O yun lang, Chair. Following your train of thought. Council so lahat ng miyembro, pag may desisyon o resolution, may buy-in yung mga miyembro. So binding sa bawat isa.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, in 2015, we already issued standards and guidelines. And in fact, the law, the 10-410, repealed already other issuances that has been issued. And in 2015, it was unanimously approved by the board. But then the field office continued to download advisory to the other local government. So nako-confuse din po ang field kasi there are two, like what you have said, Senator Ontiveros, there are two tools. It's only now that they have transferred to us because the CFLGA has indicated that the only accreditation or recognition shall be issued by the ECCD.
What is the relationship between the SWD and the CSWD? The City Social Welfare and Development. What is the formal relationship between the two?
Well, Mr. Chair, considering that the City Social Welfare Development Office is directly under the local government unit, of course, we do not have authority over the local government units, but it is the responsibility of the DSWD to provide technical assistance and resource augmentation, being that we are the lead in social protection nga po, and we need to really capacitate LSWDOs to ensure the efficient and effective delivery of social welfare and development programs to the constituents.
That technical capacity is also includes early childhood care and development, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So I know that because traditionally daycare centers are under the CSWD. And the reason for that is, from my understanding, I'm trying to look for the legal basis, but I cannot find it. By tradition, it's already under the CSWD. And also, the CSWD offices receives technical assistance insofar as ECCD is concerned.
That's correct, Mr. Chair, because social welfare is a devolved function po to the local government units. So it's really the local government units which provide primary social welfare services.
So that's actually another source of confusion. There are two sources of confusion. Number one is the standards being used. So there are two standards now, no. But then again, there should only be one because DSW sits in the council, no? But I don't know how your dynamics. I don't know if you guys are talking or meeting, but there are two standards, so that's a source of confusion. The other one is the implementer on the ground only listens to DSWD, not to the ECCD Council. So, for example, in the case of Valenzuela, I know that our head of our daycare receives memos from the SWD on many things, no? Regarding ECCD. I know that throughout the years I talked to them. And because nga, in their understanding, the ECCD program at the local level is a function of the DSWD at the national level. No? No? In fact, they hardly interact with the ECCD Council. I don't recall them mentioning any instructions or policies from the ECCD Council. So there's a confusion from the implementer's point of view. They don't listen to the policymaker of early childhood, but they listen to the SWD. So that's the structure that we aim to correct, no? So that it will be only the ECCD issuing the policies and the standards that the local government units follow. Total, ang DSWD sits in the council. They can participate on the standards and issuances. No? Hindi sila, kumbaga, autonomous when it comes to ECCD. No?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, at least on the first source of confusion, yung tools or instruments sa accreditation or sa yung evaluation and monitoring, at least po sinabi naman po kanina na the two agencies are in the process of finalizing an MOU. And if I heard correctly, I really appreciated yung sinabi ni ASEC Dumlao na it should really be ECCD. So kung meron pong ganong understanding at i-institutionalize nila through the MOU, edi maganda po. It's a good example of practicing subsidiarity on the part of DSWD and recognizing yung shop, yung field of expertise ng ECCD Council. So I really welcome that, Mr. Chair.
Of course, the council will look at the holistic point of view, no? The nutrition. DSWD will look at the welfare point of view. No? So one dimension lang yung welfare. In fact, if you look at the Early Years Act, ang welfare is not so pronounced. It's really more on the holistic nutrition, protection, yung mga ganyan. No? So that's what's missing right now because nga, they're only looking at one dimension. So hopefully you guys can, may ano man timetable para maayos yung inyong is that MOU or direct transfer? No? Obviously, if direct transfer, dapat kasama yung budget, no? I mean, or
Mr.
else it
Chair.
will be very difficult.
Yeah, there is the memorandum from the Office of the Secretary that they're transferring, I mean, at least the DBM has already been informed that they are transferring the remaining funds for accreditation. Yeah, for 2023 only. Actually, it has been long, since 2015, that we have this confusion. And every time, what happens, that's why some of our program is stalled in relation to quality assurance. One, every time a new secretary will come in, they issue the memorandum to stop a moratorium to stop the standards and guidelines of the ECCD and to again use the AO15, which has already been repealed by the law. So this has been going on for some time. It's only during this time, that the CFLG already put in their indicator that the accreditation that they will be recognizing is the one that has been provided, or rather crafted by the ECCD. Actually, in the in our resolution, all the members are already signed. I remember it was still Dinky Suliman who signed it, and then by Yusik Villar.
But how often does the council meet?
In the law, it is said that it should meet every month, but during the time of Secretary Luisto, it was changed to every quarter because of the humongous materials, and then so that is what
But when's the last time the council have met?
for this year.
For ever. Itong ano lang. When was the last meeting of the council
February 6. February 6.
It was February 6.
of this year?
Yes.
When is the next meeting?
The office of the secretary, BP Sara, has scheduled August 2nd.
I think the two secretaries should already put that on the agenda.
Yeah, we
To already transfer, because in the absence of the law, that will solve the confusion and also the structure issues.
Actually, it's part of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Magkaibigan naman yung dalawang secretary, so they can talk about it and just transfer, because that will streamline many things. No?
Yes.
That will not only streamline but erase the confusion. And there's only one when it comes to early childhood and development. It's the ECCD Council. It's not the SWD, but the ECCD Council, which the SWD is a member of.
I think, Mr. Chair, the problem there is the perception of the local government that it is the daycare, because it has been there since 1964. So their perception is it is still under the DSWD. What we were saying is that it is under the local social welfare development office, under the mayor.
Yeah, but even on the ground, we proposed to already separate the daycare / CDC component into a new division outside of the CSWD. No, medyo guilty rin kami sa Valenzuela, yung daycare teachers namin. Pag may calamity, sila rin yung nagpapakain ng mga ano. So instead of making lesson plan, alam ni Ms. Reyes yan, instead of making lesson plans, instead of preparing to teach, they're preparing food, they're distributing aid, which is not the job of our daycare workers. No, it's not the job. In fact, if the calamity is long, they're the ones being used to, but that's not their job. They have to prepare for the lesson. They have to study the lesson. They have to monitor their learners. But that's their job. But because nga it's under CSWD, by practice on the ground, LGUs are using them for other purposes. No, si Ma'am Reyes can probably elaborate that later on. So that's why even on the ground, we're proposing to change the structure outside of the CSWD para independent division na siya under the local government unit. And the local government unit can do that naman, di ba? Sometimes they create trade and promotion office. They create cooperative office. So why not create a early childhood and development division, no, under the office to mayor?
The chair, actually, we have already pockets of initiative. Like the province of Quirino, there is already a division, an office which is separate from and also Misamis Or. And here in the Metro Manila, it's Muntinlupa, and then I think Cabatuan and Mabalacat, Pampanga, and they have very good program.
But I think that should be if the council can issue a memo to that effect, no, to that's why we want DIL and DILG is here, I think, no, later on. That's why we want DILG, because the supervisor of local governments is DILG, no. But then again, the council can issue to encourage or to guide the local government units to carve out, no, because they can do it through ordinances. No? Even in the absence of the law, they can already do it. No? But they have to be guided by logic and also by reason on why they have to carve it out. No? All right. I have a few more questions to the SWD, but we'll go on to Ms. Reyes. No? We're honored that you're here representing the daycare workers, and if you have any opinion on the bills and also on the topic that we're discussing.
Okay, good morning po. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Senator. The way I am listening, earlier ay nakakatuwa po na yung mga tanong na kami kung yung po mga agencies ay nalilito, how much more of kami po na nasa ground. Ano po. Pero salamat kasi ito nagkaroon ng clarity. Nakakatanaw ng pag-asa ngayon na wow, mas magiging functional, mas magiging effective. Kanina po ay yung sabi nga, yung tanong kanina ni Senator Gatchalian na, where do we go from here? Ano po? Yung importance po ng ECCD experience at yung, ano ba, would it be, ano, parang nakaka-alarm na, ano, tutuloy pa, parang gusto si Senator, tutuloy pa ba natin to? And we got so, ano, yung fear, ano po, at the same time po na pag-asa din na, dahil napapag-usapan ngayon, mas maliwanag yung bukas, ano po. Sa daycare, wala po akong data na dala-dala from daycare. Ang di ko lang po alam kung yung ECCD data ay kanila sa NCDC lang yung 9%. Kasi the way I look at it po, ang bawat LGUs ay marami pong daycare center. Ano po, at talagang ano po siya, among sa amin po sa Silang ay 64 barangays. We have 54 barangays implementing daycare center. So I doubt kung yung pong 9% na yon ay kasama po ang daycare service or ECCD and NCDC po. Ano po. So yun po yung gusto kong maano po. And then sa experience po ng yung kanina po sa data na from 3 to 4 up to grade 3 ay maganda po yung yung result ano po. Sa experience po namin kasi from daycare service, ano po, na ang bata ay nasa amin, kapag po nagpapatawag kami ng mga meetings, ano po, talking about the welfare of the children, ang mga parents ay 100% nakakaya po na mag-attend, ano po, and all the programs that will need to be implemented ay nakukuha po namin, ano po, na ibibigay sa bata ang serbisyo and at the same time yung magulang nagiging aware. Aware po sila na ito yung programs. Kanina po nabanggit yung PES. That is one of our passion po na every time na may nag-enroll sa amin, ang amin po number one ay conduct ng parent effectiveness services. Kung saan nakikita po namin yung mga magulang na nagkaroon ng anak na pero hindi pa rin handa sa pagmamagulang. Ano ho? Doon po lumalabas, meron po kasi doon may mga myself, ano po, yung self, ano nila, realization na eto na ako, may anak na ako. Pero may mga painful experience pa na pwede siyang ma-transfer sa mga bata. So yung pong parent effectiveness services is one of our function bilang daycare worker, ano po, na na-address through daycare service. Ano po. And at the same time po yung parenting, na hindi lang po kami bata, hindi lang po kami sa bata gumagalaw. Gumagalaw po kami more on din sa ating mga parents. We are parental good parenting advocates. Ano po. And that's why ano po, nakita ko kanina. Tapos ito nagdaan, parang yung DILG nagkaroon na po ng mandate sa parent effectiveness service. So natuwa po kami doon kasi may mga pagkakataon kahit ang mga magulang anyayahan mo, hindi po lahat pumupunta. Pero ngayon na mandated na ng DILG, mas magiging fruitful na po yun. So, ako po, I can assess to my experience. 28 years in service na po ako. Ano po, na nagtuturo. At nakita ko po yung effectiveness ng daycare service. Ano ho, na bagaman wala po talagang tiyak na kinikita. Pero nagising po yung aming ano na more on po sa mga daycare workers natin ay naniniwala po ako we are not after the kita. Kasi hindi kami tatagal dito ng ganito kung kami po ay nandoon sa material focus. Medyo we are open. Sabi nga po ni Ma'am, we are open the agenda na kami ay i-professionalize. Salamat. Na po. Kaya lang po, I can say naman na ang mga daycare worker naman po ay hindi naman po, we are capable of handling, ano po, we have trainings, ayan, we have seminars. And a while ago po, kami po ay nag-under na ng mga NELT, mga curriculum training. Under na po kami ng ECCD Council. Ano po. Ang maganda nga lang po ngayon ay na-clarify na yung dalawang agencies ay mag-uusap na or magpo-finalize na ng mga bagay-bagay po. Kasi nagkaroon kami din ng na-confuse po na nagkaroon ng accreditation, may mga tanong na, oh, hindi raw effective, etc., etc. Ano? Hindi daw to valid, iba-validate pa. So naku, ang mga daycare workers ay bigla kaming nagulumihan na naman. Kasi for the daycare workers to have an accreditation, it will take so much of our time, so much of our effort, so much of our, wow, ang dami po nung kaakibat, the reports, the records, etc., etc., and it will be revalidated again. Pero sige, if it is kung ito yung dapat, then so be it. Salamat naman po nagkaroon ata ng pag-uusap na no, hindi na kailangan, etc. So marami po nakaklarify ngayon. Marami po kaming nakikita na ang akin lang pong ano ngayon ay child development workers, though we are not that all, hindi naman po, pero may marami din naman po na with degree, pero hinubog na po kami ng panahon. Sabi nga po ni Sir, ano po, they have sa kanila po sa Valenzuela, may mga cases din. But we know na po na we love the work. It is not just a profession, it is a novel cause for us, it is a vocation. And we are welcoming change, positive change, professionalism, we will take it. Ang medyo binubugbog lang po ako talaga ng tanong at ng grievances ng ating mga child development workers, especially from Visayas and Mindanao and from all over the Philippines, is what if they are high school graduates and they are 55 years old right now and they have to study again for 5 years or to be given 5 years allowance? What will happen if they do not want? Because they are 55 years old and after that, 60 years old na sila. So yun lang po sana yung mga nasa consideration din ng mga nasa likod ng mga pagbabago na to. Ano, sabi nila, what will happen to us? So yun po yung ano natin ho. And then sa daycare experience po ay tinatakal din natin yung mga nutrition. We celebrated Nutrition Month. On Family Day, we celebrated and we give seminars for the family, the marital and parental guides ng mga children, ng mga magulang. So we are holistic. Dito rin po nalalaman yung karapatan ng bata. We have advocacies about child rights. As early as they are 3 and 4, they know their rights. They know that they have the right to play, the right to etc. And hindi sila pwedeng basta galawin ng magulang above, beyond, ano po. Dito rin po kami nagkakaroon ng mga trainings, mga stairway, no ho, yung protection for the children, kung ano yung dapat hanggang saan lang. So, daycare service po, sabi ni Sir, ay, for me, in my experience, it is a vital, ito po ay isang napakahalagang bahagi ng learning in education. Kanina po na-point out, ang siguro isa lang po, mabuti rin po nagkakausap ngayon na ang amin lang pong medyo ano ay, yung after ng 3 and 4 experience sa amin, early childhood care program, and then it will be transferred to kindergarten education, ano po. Ang medyo siguro nga po mas magiging maano ngayon, sabi ni Ma'am from education po, yung from kindergarten, pre-K2 sa amin, matatanggap ng kindergarten without any requirements. Ano na, nanggaling ka ba ng daycare? So yun na po, siguro hindi naman po kasalanan. Siguro nga po ang maganda lang yung linking po, mas maganda, mas mapapatatag po siguro yung sabi nila yung positive result para po sa ating mga children, kung itong dalawang education and ECCD council or whatever may ano ay magkaroon ng linking na okay, sabi nga sa sir, yung ECCD checklist, mahalaga po sa amin ang ECCD checklist kasi it talks about the 7 domains, development domains of the children. Define the motor development, the expressive, receptive, cognitive, ano po, socio-emotional domains. Yan po ay kinukuha namin through ECCD checklist. And then, kung ang bata po ay makakapasok sa kindergarten without any consulting the ECCD checklist, siguro po kaya ang mga magulang ngayon ay hindi ganun kaano na ilagay sa 3 and 4 years old ang aming mga anak is because hindi naman hinahanap the work. Hindi hinahanap sa education sa kindergarten ang early childhood checklist po namin. So, kung hindi naman hinahanap, sabi niyo po, it is not necessary. Pero on our experiences, dito po namin nakukuha, na-assess ang isang bata kung ano na pong developmentally milestone or domains ang malakas sila, ang mahina sila. So, yun po, yung linking, ano po, yung pagkakaugnay siguro po ng educational system po natin, mas maganda po natin ngayon na talagang ma-plansya na po yung mga gaps. That's why. So, kung kami po bilang sumusunod naman sa dalawang agencies, ECCD, DSWD, minsan may tanong kami, sino ba talaga? Pero syempre, pero we are, ECCD Council, after the pandemic, or before pandemic pa, pero naging solid po to nung after the pandemic, ang amin na pong kinukuhang memo ay kung saan po nanggagaling na memo, yung memo na binababa ng ECCD Council. Thank you po.
Salamat kay Ms. Pearl. Habang nagsasalaysay kayo, naalala ko, yung sinusulong pa rin din naming Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers naman, or BBONG BHW Bill. And then naalala ko rin po yung mga panukala ng aming mga kasama, sina Senator Estrada and Binay, Magna Carta for Child Development Workers. Kaya napakahalaga po nung mga isyung ni-raise nyo in terms of yung compensation, yung benefits, at saka nga yung professionalization. So, I'm sure nararamdaman nyo sa aming komite yung suporta na binibigay po namin sa paghahanap ng tamang pagsasabatas para doon. So maraming salamat po sa pag-aalaga nyo sa mga anak natin, mga bata natin. Opo.
Thank you. Kaya kami ho ni Sen. Risa, sang-ayon ho kami na magkaroon ng yung tinatawag nating reskilling, upskilling ng ating mga workers, daycare workers. No? Because like in Valenzuela, I know for a fact that marami sa mga daycare workers natin have been there decades, hindi years, decades. No? And we cannot discount their experience in terms of teaching, taking care of kids, and also interacting with parents. No? I think that's a value in itself. So, ang nakikita naming paraan to improve the system, kasi tinitingnan lang natin yung buong sistema, is to come up with a reskilling, upskilling, and training programs, no? For our existing daycare workers. Ang tanong ko ho, ma'am, I don't know kung meron kayong data, pero yung mga daycare workers ba natin, ano ba ho sila? Regular, casual, contractual? Alam ko, sakit rin yan ho sa local government units, no? But gusto ko lang malaman, kung meron kayong data o at least yung nakikita nyo lang, ano ba ho yung kanilang category in employment? No?
More on po sa honorarium. Okay, volunteer, ayan, volunteer. Then it becomes an honorarium, then minsan JO. Casual, pero very mean po or little percentage po yung permanent. We are on the more on honorarium basis. Na iba-iba pa po. Sabi niya po dyan ay mayroong 1,000. Totoo po yun. From Mindanao, I receive text from, we are 500. Na po, 500 pesos a month. So, pero tuloy-tuloy po yung servisyo, sir. Hindi po tumitigil.
Wala naman ho sigurong teacher na papayag 500 pesos a month.
Pumapayag po yung mga child development workers.
Yeah. So karamihan in your interaction, karamihan po ay karamihan ay casual, iba volunteers, iba honorarium based, job orders, no? So halos ganyan because importante ho yung information because if we will now professionalize, no? And I think isa sa mga future aspiration, hindi naman natin sinasabi ngayon, but future aspiration natin is to professionalize. We also need to be cognizant of the budgets of our local government units, no? Tingin ko naman hindi ho gusto ng local government units na 500 pesos lang,
Yes.
1,000. But kulang rin kasi yung budget nila. No?
Yes, sir.
So if we will now professionalize, no, at one point, we have to be cognizant about the budget capacity of our local government units. No? Isa pa hong tanong ko, in your opinion, no, dahil matagal na ho kayo sa daycare, bakit ho mga parents ho natin hindi pinapadala yung mga estudyante ho nila sa daycare, no? Kasi in Valenzuela, ang aming participation is 30%, hindi rin 100%, no? So, marami talaga tayong magulang hindi nagpapadala ng estudyante sa daycare. But in your opinion, no, sa interaction niyo with your parents, bakit ho hindi sila nagpapadala ng estudyante sa mga daycare natin?
Number one po siguro, Mr. Senator, is because it is not mandated. And number two, kasi po sa daycare may little contribution. Kasi nga po wala naman kaming mga pang-support. Ang daycare po kasi bago mabuksan, you have to repaint it, ang dami pong proseso, lalo bata. Kailangan namin palitan yung mga laruang nasira na. Ano po, kailangan namin ayusin yung mga tusok-tusok na cabinet. Ang dami po niyang natawa si Doktora. Ano po, kailangan namin yung laboratory na maaabot, etc. Ang dami niya po talagang consideration. So, by means of that, may mga pagkakataon sa opening of our classes, may mga konti minimal contribution, which is the contribution that we have received is handled by parents itself. They are the parents committee, the parents ano po. So, whatever contribution, at kung may mga dapat ipaayos, ipagawa, doon po kinukuha. Unlike sa DepEd po, wala naman pong contribution na hinihingi. Ano po, di po ma'am? They are free, etc. So sa daycare po, may mga little, minimal contribution. That's why, maybe, kapag ikaw parents, pwede naman na hindi na. Di po ba? Pero napakaliit naman po siya. So, and then again, medyo siguro po ay yung na kaya namang makuha sa kindergarten. Ano po. Pero ako po, I am proud to say na sa daycare po kasi more on experiences, socialization, and we learned while we play. Di po ba? More on, hindi na po kami talaga, the original daycare, ano po, ay hindi kami academics. Ano po, we are more on values inculcation. We are more on experiences. That's why we are learning while we pray. We are having supervised play. And while the children are playing, we are there. Okay, kapag nakita namin na, that's, nakaka-intervene po kami right there and then sa mga little kids. So that's why the reading, it's not our priority earlier. But now that ECCD come up, the LRPs, we have LRPs right now, and then yung literacy, nandun na rin po siya. Okay. But originally po, yung hawak-hawak kami ng DSWD, more on the values inculcation po talaga kami. Okay po.
Nag-change ho ang dimension, no? Since the DepEd is now the chairman, obviously ho, yung education aspect has more weight, no? Dahil tinitignan nga ito as a preparatory step to formal education, no? One more question, Ms. Reyes. Yung professionalization, because in the bill and we will in the bill it will strive to professionalize the early childhood workforce on the ground, no? Anong tingin yung mga kailangan to professionalize the workforce? Anong tingin yung dapat gawin to the existing daycare workers na nasabi nyo nga in some areas high school graduate lang, no? So what do you think the government should do in order to achieve professionalization to all, no? In walang maiiwanan kahit na yung mga nagtatrabaho doon.
Siguro po, Mr. Chair, ay yung the ECE, the early childhood experience, the early childhood education should be offered to all who really need ah, upgrading. Kasi totoo naman po na kailangan, ano ho, sabi nga ni ma'am kanina, no room for CDW, ma'am. Sabi ko, aray. Pero upgrading naman. Tiningnan ko siya, wow, meron for big rooms for CDTs. And that's why we are welcoming po. We are welcoming. Bagaman may takot, ano po, may takot talaga po yung maraming CDW all over the Philippines doon sa word na professionalization. Sabi ko nga nakaya nga natin na dekada na nandito tayo. 5 years o 2 years pa lang naman yan na i-aalok sa atin ng government. So kaya din natin siya. So ang ano na po doon, yung tanong na, are we going to be protected? Kasi nga po sir, yung 55 years old, na gustong magtapos ng 65 years old ay nasa daycare worker pa siya, nasa daycare service pa siya. How come kung hindi na po niya ma-welcome yung 5 years professionalization? So ano po ba siya? Siya ba ay maaalis na into being a daycare worker? At kung siya po ay 30 years nang nasa serbisyo, yun lang po yung mga naka-address sa likod ng mga kaisipan ng ating mga daycare worker. But positively, we are welcoming professionalization and more on the early childhood education. Dahil yun na rin po ang aming field.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Wag ko kayong mag-alala. Kami ni Senator Risa, ang aming direction ay walang maiwanan sa professionalization. Lahat sama-sama sa professionalization. Of course, there will be certain levels, admittedly. No? I think realistically may certain levels. Pero ang aming paniniwala, Senator Risa, lahat ay kasama sa professionalization. Kasi we're looking at the system eh. Hindi lang mo isang learners or isang aspeto lang, but the entire system ho tinitignan ho natin. No? And, but admittedly, may levels yan no, of professionalization dahil iba-iba naman yung mga natapos nila. Eh, no? So, yeah. All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll call on DILG. Si Attorney Pulido.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Senator Ontiveros. We at the DILG also support the passage of the two measures. As a parent myself and the department, we believe that education, when started at the right age, is really a head start in learning and predicts higher success in school. We also are amenable, Mr. Chair, to the inclusion of the DILG as member of the ECCD Council. Tama nga naman po kasi ang mga CDTs natin at saka CDWs are under LGUs. Tapos ang ginagamit na pondo ay Special Education Fund. At ang nagmamanage ng SEF ay ang local school boards po natin, which are under DILG's supervision, Mr. Chair. Pero since sabi nga po ni Ma'am resource person from Knowledge Channel kanina, ang member ng ECCD Council should know how to manage children. Naniniwala ako na sa amin sa DILG, sir, hindi namin competency yun. So kung pwede, sir, na member lang po muna kami ng ECCD Council. Tapos as to the question of Senator Hontiveros, Mr. Chair, kanina, as to the issues encountered by the LGUs in implementing ECCD, nagtanong po ako sa NBOO and BLGS, pero sabi po nila, wala po silang data as to the specific issues na na-encounter ng LGU. Siguro kasi hindi naman po kami isa sa mga agencies under the ECC. Ngayon pa lang po kami mag-i-enter. Pero if I may share, Mr. Chair, kasi kaka-take ko lang din po yung SLDIWA program ng SAS Board, yung kung gusto mo pong maging member ng CES, and they have this community engagement module, sir, na yung kami pupunta sa isang community, tapos magi-immerse kami. And we were immersed in this municipality of Botolan, Zambales, yung mga indigenous community po. Botolan is a first-class municipality. And yet, dun sa barangay na kung saan po kami tumira ng 5 days, wala po silang daycare center. Isang barangay po yun, Barangay Villar. May facility po sila, pero it's not functioning. Wala pong, siguro kung tatanungin kung ano yung mga reasons kung bakit ganun yung mga LGUs po natin, we have already identified. First, yung lack of funds, and kung may pondo man, it's not the priority, Mr. Chair. Nakausap po namin during our immersion yung mga municipal officials at hindi po nila alam in fact na hindi functioning yung daycare center nila. So, second reason siguro is yung low level of compensation. Yung sinabi po ni ma'am kanina that they are only paid through honoraria. And the third, lack of parent engagement, Mr. Chair. Kasi dun sa tinirhan namin, dun sa immersion, wala din po silang water. As in, sa poso lang po sila. Wala din kuryente. So, yung sinasabi po nila na kahit hindi natin papuntahin yung mga students, ay yung maliliit na bata po natin, and we look for other modalities para maturuan po sila. How can we have this modality? Wala nga po silang water, wala po din silang kuryente. So kahit TV man lang, hindi nila maturuan yung bata. So sa ating dito sa Manila, we have the luxury ng technologies. Pero dun sa barangay na pinuntahan namin, Mr. Chair, wala silang water and kuryente. And I think we would understand na hindi nila papupuntahin yung mga anak nila, uunahin nila yung pag-intindi ng pag-produce ng water and yung how to uplift their lives, yung mga yun po. And then, yun lang po, Mr. Chair, from the DILG.
Mr. Chair, napaka-historic nung barangay o nung bayan kung saan kayo nag-immersion. Kasi kung naalala ko ng tama, di ba dun sumabog yung Mount Pinatubo noon? Botolan, Sambales?
Sila po yung nag-relocate, Madam Chair. And yet hindi, kung alam niyo po ma'am, nung pagkatapos ng immersion namin, talagang naiiyak kami kasi hindi namin, kung sila nakakaya day to day nila yon, kami deprived. So parang, I don't know, ang feeling namin naaawa, and at the same time, parang na ano kami na napagtagumpayan namin in part, we survived the 5-day immersion.
I guess kaugnayan, Mr. Chair, dun sa sinabi nyo ni Dr. San Antonio kanina about the equity issues na nasa ugat nitong marami or lahat ng mga pinag-uusapan nating bills. Pero yung tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, para sa DILG din, dahil kanina pa mula sa simula na pag-uusapan din yung budget requirements, kasalukuyan, at kung palalawakin natin ang coverage at gagawing compulsory pa nga yung early childhood education. Bukod sa IRA, at kahit initial thoughts, kung may positive impact ba yung Mandanas-Garcia ruling dito sa capacity ng mga LGU na improve or mag-sustain ng kanilang early childhood education services delivery?
Hindi po ako masyadong particular sa detail, Mr. Chair, on the impact ng Mandanas-Garcia ruling because I'm from legal and that data must come from the BLGD or NBOO. Pero I will seek the data from those offices and give to the committee, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, ma'am, and Mr. Chair. Ito actually, Mr. Chair, well, napukaw lang sa isip namin dahil nabanggit nga ni ma'am na nag-immerse kayo sa isang katutubong komunidad. Although maybe, Mr. Chair, it's more proper for me to address it later to the ECCD Council. So just to mark this, no, in terms of inclusive early childhood education and development or early childhood care and development, maaring for future discussion sa ECCD Council, yung reconciling and harmonizing culturally sensitive ECCD and IP education programs. Kung may rekomendasyon po ba kaugnay niyan for those indigenous communities sa ating bansa, kung may rekomendasyon po ba doon yung ECCD Council. So kahit ano, mamaya Chair, pagbalik natin sa ECCD Council. Maari na ngayon. Salamat po. Dr. Inchong, your thoughts please on this.
Actually, our center is designed to be inclusive. So it includes children with developmental delays, children who are vulnerable, children of abandoned children, so on and so forth. In fact, I saw one very beautiful sample of this in Mako, Davao, and then they were yeah, she's from they were it's very beautiful to see children na ibang Muslim, tapos may Down syndrome, may autistic, tapos mayroong IPs. And so we encouraging really when we train our child development workers and teachers, we incorporate inclusiveness because this is very important. In fact, we're rolling out today yung manual for parents to be able to identify red flags so that they will be so that the child development workers and teachers are trained to identify them and to refer them if they cannot handle this.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And I picked up somehow, kaugnay din ito sa earlier discussion natin also with Dr. San Antonio, yung issues about mother language education.
This is part of actually of developmentally appropriate practices, appropriate in age, in culture, in individuality.
Okay, salamat po, Dr. Inchong. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. I want to pursue the question of Senator Risa on the Mandanas Garcia ruling. That's a good point. I know that the devolution has been postponed. No? It's supposed to devolve some functions. Are you aware that is there a component there where early childhood care and development should be given more attention? It's already devolving as we speak, no? But I think as we move forward with this bill, for example, I'll give you a very specific example. The upskilling, reskilling, professionalization of our workers, that will demand a lot of financial allocation. At the same time, later I'll show you, when you reskill our workers, you will also increase salaries. No? Of course, the local governments will also have to absorb that. No? So is there any talk within DILG to put emphasis on ECCD insofar as that devolution in relation to the Mandanas ruling?
Sir, I'm afraid parang wala. Kasi tinanong ko yung DLGD and NBOO, wala silang ka-data-data monitoring yung ECCD.
So, can you include that? Maybe yun ang aming panawagan, no? Kasi pinag-uusapan na rin in devolution, to be honest about it. It was postponed because nga may tug of war. This is already a devolved function. But in the vision of improving the rollout or the implementation, we will need substantial amount of funding allocation. And since nandyan na si Mandanas ruling, can you at least consider including ECCD in that emphasis? No? Devolved na siya, it's just putting emphasis lang. No?
Sige
Yeah.
po, Mr. Chair. Gawa na lang po ako ng report. Siguro sabihin ko na lang kay Secretary and then siya na lang po ang...
Alam niya rin yun, dating mayor yun. No? He's, he knows
Para
that very
malaman
well.
din niya.
Oo. And at the same time, the inclusion of DILG as a member, whether vice chairman or as a member, how can it improve? No, you've heard the discussion earlier. How can it improve the implementation at the local government level? No, what can DILG? How can DILG improve the implementation of ECCD?
Sir, siguro, ang first that comes to my mind is yung capacity building siguro sa mga LGU officials natin. First, yung nabanggit niyo po kanina, at that it should be inculcated sa mga LCEs yung importance ng ECCD. And as I've mentioned dun sa experience namin, sir, sa Sitio Bihawo, yung LCE nila doon, first class municipality, I assume they have funds, sir. Kaya lang, hindi nila pinapasyalan yung within their area na itong daycare center na ito. Meron yung structure, sir, pero dilapidated siya. Walang teacher, and resultantly wala din pong mga pumupunta doon na estudyante. So kailangan po nating i-capacitate with the help siguro ng DSWD and DepEd as to the importance na yung mga LCEs natin, as to the importance po ng ECCD sa basic education and later on sa college po nila.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll call on, I failed to see the name of Miss Suyin Liu. Is she here? Observer. Okay. Okay. All right. I thought she's part of the resource person. All right. Thank you. Thank you, attorney, for that. We'll call on the DBM. Attorney Baraan, any comments?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Senator Ontiveros and everyone. First of all, we would like to express our support for this bill. And in order to ensure the smooth implementation of the proposed measure, like yung mga napag-usapan po kanina, we wish to clarify ka po kung ano talaga yung kailangan ng mga CDCs natin na officials and plantilla positions for the purpose, kung pwedeng magkaroon na po tayo ng standards para at least alam natin, makompute po natin yung estimated na magiging costing po niya. And ano po yung magiging hatian ng national government and LGUs, since important din po na ma-ensure po natin yung capacity na financial capacity po ng LGUs natin. And yun po. And we also confirm po na may funding po sa DSWD for accreditation na though hindi pa daw po natatransfer yon. And for 2023, may funding din naman po for ECCD. And release na rin naman po yun for them. So, yun lang po yung clarity on the funding po kasi para hindi po magkagulo rin po in the implementation. Thank you po, sir.
The transfer of funds from DSWD, will it need the approval of DBM, or is that just interagency transfer?
Sir, if it's only through MOA, hindi naman na po
So
kailangan.
no need. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah.
Tanong po sa DBM, since budget naman yung inyo namang shop, may thoughts na ba ang department doon naman sa bill ni Senator Angara? Dahil under Section 11 of RA 10410, nag-end na po yun yung mandatory contribution noong 2018. Nakapag-ambag sila ng at least 2.5 billion pesos. Bagamat iniulat ng ECCD Council na yung iba sa mga pondo ngayon para sa NCDC, syempre nagamit sa COVID-19 response. So kung meron na pong kung meron ng thoughts ang department about it, ano pong tingin nyo dun sa Senate Bill 1754 na i-extend yung mandatory contribution ng PAGCOR sa ECCD Council by 1 billion pesos per year for another 5 years?
Actually, Mr. Chair and Senator, we would like to defer to PAGCOR since ang dami na pong pinaglalaanan ng income ng PAGCOR. Especially na dagdagan na po yung Maharlika. So, anyway po, if in terms of funding, we can go naman po sa usual budget process na mag-propose lang po yung agency and we can evaluate po during budget preparation. Thank you po.
Salamat, Attorney. And I apologize, Mr. Chair. Kahit nakasalamin na ako, hindi ko nakita katabing-katabi ng DBM ang PAGCOR. Yes, Chair, if we could ask Attorney Salvosa yung comments corporation dun sa Senate Bill 1754.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the committee, fellow resource persons, and fellow workers in government. Of course, Mr. Chair, we support the uh, uh, proposed legislations, and that, well, actually, PAGCOR has been supporting, as pointed out by Senator Risa, we've been supporting the ECCD since its start. Republic Act 8980 pa po yata noon. We were designated to provide 2 billion pesos at the time, which we completed in 2010. And then when the law was amended by the present Republic Act 10410, again in 2013 we were designated to provide funding to the total value of 2.5 billion, specifically for the establishment of the Child Development Centers, or the CDCs, or the conversion of the existing daycare centers to CDCs. And we completed our funding in 2018 with the last tranche of the 500 million per year obligation. So, well, as I think already pointed out earlier, there's a variance or a difference between the two Senate bills. Of course, we manifest our support for Senate Bill 2029 because essentially we were excused already for funding. Well, because, well, as pointed out also, we are already funding a lot of, since 2018 actually. The biggest funding obligation of PAGCOR started in 2019, which is the universal health care. That's half of the available funds from the government share. So after that, also in 2019, we are also funding the Philippine Space Agency Development Fund. And then just recently, I think the law was signed last week, the Maharlika Investment Fund. So actually, the Department of Finance through the Bureau of Treasury was concerned, as the DBM is concerned, about whether we can still go through the funding. So, well, if that is going to be pursued, Mr. Chair, siguro we will just submit to the committee to consider maybe the other government, like we proposed in Maharlika, other government gaming operators and regulators could also share equally with PAGCOR. So medyo mabigat po actually kung isosolo namin yung 1 billion a year. In fact, that is 100% increase in our previous funding. So before 2.5 billion kami, ngayon magiging 5 billion. But it will be lightened if other government agencies could also share in the funding, similar to what we did in Maharlika. And then also similar to Maharlika or the other funding requirements, even in universal health, maybe the funding could be specifically sourced from the government share. Kasi yun po ang isang pinakamalaking chunk. Although the concern nga po ng Finance and DBM and Treasury is that the part of that, yung residual noong pondong yun ay ginagamit din sa GAA. So whatever is not specifically allotted by a special law from that funding or for that fund is used by the DBM and by Treasury as part of the GAA. And then siguro sir, well, there was mention of mandanas kanina, and that is part of our position paper. We made mention of mandanas, and it was also mentioned yung devolution. And indeed, kasi po specific ang funding namin in the previous law and in the proposed 1754 for the CDCs pa rin. But the CDCs are long been devolved. So with the Mandanas ruling, dalawang aspect kasi yung Mandanas ruling. One is the expansion of the ano po ba yung saan revenues ng national government pwedeng magkaroon ng share ang local government. So the Supreme Court expanded the coverage by striking down that limit na national internal, yung internal revenue. So apparently lahat ng revenues arising from tax would be subject to the share of the local government. So theoretically, local governments will enjoy a greater share and maybe additional funding for the CDCs. The other aspect of mandanas is really the Supreme Court is saying to the national government, is essentially forcing the national government to implement the devolution. So the idea is if that is devolved, such as the CDCs, then the responsibility is really primarily on the local government. So yun din po ang aming gustong i-point out. Ano po ba ang magiging role ng national government funding to a fully devolved activity? If we are going to fund it, then would that mean that the local governments are incapable of doing that? That's why it's being returned, at least the funding aspect, to a national government agency. So ang submission po namin sa committee is really to look into that aspect na whether kaya nga ho ba before we step in, before the national government, even other agencies step in the funding, especially with the mandanas na supposedly, theoretically, lalaki ang funding ng local government units. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, salamat kay Attorney Salvosa for a broader input than I initially expected from PAGCOR. Hindi na lang ako magko-comment sa Maharlika, pero pero itong other government gaming operators, okay siguro Mr. Chair kung yung tax obligations pa ng mga POGO sa gobyerno maaring i-consider din dito bago sana paalisin na ng gobyerno ang POGO sa ating bansa. But in any case po, I do appreciate, thank you so much kay Attorney Salvosa. Chair, pasensya po, I need to go upstairs ahead. But if I may just make a last point, na in addition dun sa yung pinaalala ni ASEC Dumlao na ECCD is part of Ambition 2040 under Maginhawa. Magandang maalala din natin na ang ECCD is also in the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 under Enhanced Early Childhood Care and Development Curriculum. So, hindi po tayo walang important references already sa vision, sa plan ng gobyerno para angklahan ng ating mga bills na ito. And in beyond them, yung long-term na pagsuporta natin sa ECCD and all the stakeholders. So maraming salamat, Chair. Maraming salamat, mga resource persons.
Thank you, Senator Risa, for pointing that out. And it's good that DSWD pointed out that ECCD is in fact in the Ambition 2040 and also in our medium term as well as the PDP, which is the long-term development plan. So in that respect, in the country's overall vision, ECCD is there. No?
We just need to flesh it out, Mr. Chair, as your bill and the bill of Senator Sani are doing.
Correct. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. It's just hindi lang siya bumaba to departmental level, no? Nasa national level siya, but of course departmental level through the BER, the Basic Education Plan, the Matatag Agenda, sana nandoon siya, no? So at least departmental level. But that will be part of the amendments that we will make in the proposed measure to really come up with to include it in the departmental vision, no? Because ang kagandahan nga, it's in the national vision but not in the departmental vision. So thank you, Senator Risa, and thank you for your insights. We'll move to Civil Service Commission, Mr. Joseph Palatao.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thank you and the committee for inviting the Civil Service Commission to this public hearing. We at the CSC interposed no objections on the proposed legislations. However, upon cursory review of the proposed Senate bills, it was noted that the following provisions may require revisions and/or enhancements. First, it's on the creation of a provincial early childhood care and development office. Which is meant to ensure the implementation of early childhood care and development programs and projects of a particular province. However, It may be noted that under Section 76 of Republic Act Number 7160, the CSC shall prescribe minimum standards and guidelines in the design and implementation of OSSPs and LGUs. In fact, the Civil Service Commission promulgated on last year through Civil Service Memorandum Circular Number 12, Series 2022, the 2022 guidelines and standards in the establishment of organizational structures and staffing patterns in local government units pursuant to Republic Act Number 7160. And then on Section 4 of Senate Bill Number 2029, we noted that in item 4 of section 7 of the proposed amendment, one of the responsibilities of the LGUs through the local school boards is to create plantilla positions for child development teachers and child development workers. However, it may be noted that under section 325 of RA number 7160, the creation of mandatory positions shall comply with the 45 to 55% budgetary limitations for personnel services. And then on section 8 of the same bill, on the professionalization of CDTs and CDWs, we suggest that the salary grade allocation for the proposed CDTs and CDWs be subject to the prevailing DBM IOS. Moreover, the qualification requirements for CDTs and CDWs, we suggest that the same be submitted to the CEC for approval. So per our records, we checked and we actually have the qualification standards for daycare workers 1 and 2. But definitely, if we will be creating positions for CDTs and CDWs, then we will have to craft or create the qualification standards for approval by the CSC. And then lastly, on section 9, a new proposed section to be denominated as section 15 of RA 10410. Well, this is similar to my comment a while ago on section 1 of SB 1754. In the creation of the ECCD divisions or offices, well, definitely the CSC shall prescribe the minimum standards and guidelines in the design and implementation of OSSPs and LGUs as delineated in CSC MC number 12 series of 2022. And lastly, I hope you would allow me, Mr. Chair, to make a personal representation. Of course, I've provided already some perspective as to HR, but please allow me to make a representation as a former education specialist in the Department of Education. So at least if we provide some education perspective, maybe it would be useful for the committee to look into the rigorous study conducted by the Victorian government in Australia, which is entitled Effective Early Educational Experiences, or E4Kids. It's a national study looking into early childhood care service, early childhood care and development services in Australia. And I was very fortunate to have had hold of some of its part of its database during my graduate studies in Melbourne. So in one of my papers there, we looked into part of the data of the E4Kids study, and we did a secondary analysis looking at some of the variables there. And actually, the data was gathered through a tool looking into 3 aspects. So I noted that a while ago we were talking about some key dimensions, and there were some medyo broad lang po yung gusto natin, di ba? So if we're looking for more specific variables that would ensure the effectiveness and maybe the efficiency also of ng mga CDCs natin, then we really have to determine variables at the micro level. And based on their study, they looked into 3 dimensions: emotional support, room organization, and instructional support or intentional teaching. So during in our secondary data analysis, we found that higher instructional support or the high quality of intentional teaching, of course, made by teachers, result in higher cognitive development of the children who are in these services. So basically, the E4Kids study, or one of the landmark findings in the E4Kids study, showed that the quality of educator-child interactions makes a real difference to child outcomes. So we've seen so many research studies already saying that there are many factors contributing to very good education services. But this is a very good landmark study we need to look into because it's talaga very specific that educator-child interactions, meaning interactions or relationships happening in the classroom, are those that are vital in making a difference in child outcomes. So just to end, as you notice, I'm using two personas from CSC and then formerly from DepEd. But thank you for allowing me to make this representation. So just to end, definitely saying that ECCD is important is for me is an understatement. ECCD is actually critical and vital for nation building. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Palatao. Yeah. I just want to show a slide. No, I asked this earlier, but since we're talking about employment, this was furnished to us by the SWD that majority of our majority of our workers, daycare workers, are actually contractual, or there's no permanent position, or there's no security of tenure. So there. So 30% are contractual, 22% are casual, 20% are MOA, then you have 11% permanent. Actually, permanent is the minority. Then you have volunteers, then you have job orders. No, so this is actually the the category of employment of our workers. That's why I need to show this, because in the quest to professionalize, improve the ECCD system, you also need to incentivize by giving tenure to our workers and our teachers. No, I would not make a distinction between workers and teachers in terms of tenure. Both should be accorded with tenure. No, but since we are devolving this to our local government units, they will be the one absorbing the tenure. No, and there's a, diba, meron tayong we have a maximum limit for salaries. No, how much is that? 40%?
45 to 55.
45 to 55%. So that will affect that. No? So I just want to put that on record, because we will let the LGUs now have that flexibility on dictating what ratio or who do they want to convert into plantilla positions or regular positions. Si LGU na will have to decide on that. My question to Mr. Palatao, as CSC, not as a educator, is any comment on the salary grade? No, because we specified salary grades here, and the reason why we specified it, this will send a signal to potential CWTs, no, to work in our CDC. So any comment on that salary grade that we propose?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, upon checking the qualification standards for the daycare workers 1 and 2, yung education requirement nila, ano lang eh, high school graduate. And then yung eligibility, actually non-required, am I correct? And so, if we intend to professionalize these personnel, kakaroon tayo ng CDTs and CDWs. As stated in the proposed measures, definitely yung education nila magiging bachelor's degree po, no? And so, if the CDTs, I'm sorry, so meaning yung mga CDTs, kung bachelor's degree in childhood ed or elementary ed yung education requirement nila, then their eligibility must be R8 and 18 na, as amended. Katulad din ng any other teacher. Yung CDWs naman, bachelor's degree relevant to the job, most likely ganun yung magiging formulation. For example, psychology, child study, family life, and child development. Unless there's a specific professional license na intended for these bachelor's degrees, most likely yung eligibility nila would be CS Prof or second level eligibility. On that note, that would mean na kung tataas yung education requirement nila, baka mas mataas din dapat yung kanilang salary grade. So for example, sa CDT, kung bachelor's degree tapos RA 1080, dapat equivalent siya at least minimum SG 11 yung entry level. Si CDW, well, personally, parang tingin ko nga yung minimum na SG4, baka maliit nga po siya, especially kung gusto natin mag-bachelor's degree sila, di ba? But then again, that would put pressure ngayon dun sa allocation na bibigay ng LGU. Saka sa computation, nagko-compute yata ang DBM regarding that. Kasi kung imamandate nga, or maging compulsory for all LGUs, magkakaroon talaga siya ng fiscal implications. Ganun. But definitely, from our perspective, baka dapat mas mataas siya considering the qualification requirements and of course yung move natin to professionalize.
How about yung sa CDW, what should be the entry level salary grade based on the proposal?
Well, based on the 1997 QS manual, yung daycare worker to nga po SG8 na eh. So siguro yun na rin yung pwedeng maging minimum para hindi lang kung magiging entry level yung for CDT is SG11, then CDW can be SG8. But of course we will have to check pa din pa later on.
Yeah, just for
Initial thoughts
discussion
lang.
purposes.
Yes po.
There's a proposal also. We plan to propose to mandate maybe ECCD or TESDA or CHED to come up with upskilling and reskilling programs for our incumbent daycare workers, no? And realistically, tama si Ma'am Reyes na some of our daycare workers, it's close to impossible to get a bachelor's degree.
Mhm,
No?
yeah.
But our certification, pwede yon, no? We can come up with a law, can create a program, specialized program, in order for them to be certified, no? Whether TESDA or ECCD itself, no? Pag na-certify sila, what will be a reasonable or what would be the appropriate salary grade? No? Kasi may upskilling and reskilling na mangyayari. No? So, what do you suggest? No, just for discussion purposes.
Actually, at first nga po, ang comment namin dyan, they may be issued temporary appointments kapag hindi na-meet, no? And then there's an instance din naman in some other, nakita namin na mga qualification standards na if there are some incumbents na medyo difficult for them to reach in certain levels, I just forgot the resolution or the circular na stated there na itong mga incumbents na to, they will not be disturbed already, na okay na sila. Unless if they will be pushing for, let's say, gusto nilang ma-promote to a higher position, then definitely they will have to meet the specific requirements. But ano naman, kung for example sa case nga na 55-year-old sa sila tapos mahirap nga naman mag-ano na, baka pwedeng ma-compensate na lang yon nung training, yung mga certifications na yon. Yeah.
Well, definitely part of the discussion today is we will include mandated training and certifications. No?
Yeah.
Ma-mandate na, I mean, it will mandate government to come up with that program.
Mhm.
No?
And there are actually some mga agencies na pag nagpa-approve sila ng QS, nakikita ko na ang formulation nila ng training, for example, sabihin nila 32 hours of training specifically on, minsan naglalagay na sila ng ganun. So, ang parang ninote ko nga dito, if kung magkakaroon ng magpapa-approve ng qualification standards for CDT, for example, dapat sa training nakalagay, yung paano siya nakalagay doon sa proposed measure na trainings related to ECCD or ECED by ECCD Council, member agencies, something like that. Medyo ganun similar na formulation later on.
Now, ang daycare workers, salary grade 8, diba?
Mhm.
If we mandate the training, can we increase it to a higher salary grade? Kasi may training na sila eh. And what would be the corresponding salary grade?
That's something that we need to check. Kasi
Yeah.
I think that's medyo unique yung ano po niya, yung context ito, unlike in some other na na-encounter namin ng mga requests.
Yeah, this is unique in the
Yeah.
sense that we're mandating training.
Yes.
So
yes.
that walang maiwanan. We're mandating training.
Yeah.
And the training will be available for free,
Mhm.
obviously.
Yeah.
And the training will also produce certificates, no? Certified na sila. Let's say certified child development workers, no? Something to that effect. And then if you're certified, then there should be an upgrade in your salary grade. No? So just get back to us na lang, no? Because we want to embed that in the law already. No? So we don't want, because right now it's a little open-ended eh. Open-ended siya. It doesn't, hindi alam kasi what will happen to those who are not, yung 5 years na, kasi there's a parang 5 years transition period, no? And then after that 5 years, parang there's no more, parang dead end, no? So we want to correct that by giving, by mandating training, no? Mandating training on the part of government, no? Yeah.
Noted, sir. We'll still be submitting our formal comments pa rin naman po through through our CSLO. Thank you.
As to the education head hat na that you wore earlier, just submit to us that study, no? We will look at that study also.
Sure, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We're also joined by Dr. Martinez from the Filipino Sign Language group.
Magandang tanghali po, Tagapangulo at Senador Gatchalian. Maraming salamat sa puwang at sa pagkakataon na makilahok dito sa napakahalagang talakayan na ito. Ang gusto ko po iambag sa ating usapin ay ilang tugon dun sa mga naitanong nyo kanina at mga reaksyon na nakapaloob din sa dokumentong tindig na ibinigay namin kahapon. Bilang isang linguista ng wikang senyas, ang aking pong pangunahing lente at nalalaman nyo ito ay para sa Filipino Sign Language at para sa komunidad ng mga deaf. Ngunit nandito rin ako bilang kinatawan siguro at kahanay ng mga nagsusulong ng unang wika, paggamit ng unang wika sa lahat ng antas ng edukasyon. Unang-una po, yung tinatanong yung mga datos at ebidensya, tatlo lang pong mababanggit ko mula sa kaalaman din ng aming mga kasama. Isa ay ang Heckman equation ni Dr. James Heckman na isang Nobel Prize winner mula sa University of Chicago ukol sa kahalagahan ng preschool. At kakaiba ang kanyang pananaw sa preschool dahil siya ay isang ekonomista. Kaya ang tingin niya sa pangunahing edukasyon ay bilang investment sa human potential. Pangalawa din ay ang Center on the Developing Child ng Harvard University na maraming mga pag-aaral at mga policy brief na siguro ay makapupulutan natin ng huwaran. British Council ang pangatlo na maaari din nating tingnan. Yan po ang mula sa larangan ng mga wikang binibigkas. Ayon naman sa mga pagsusuri at kaalaman natin tungkol sa wikang senyas na itinuturing din ng Filipino Sign Language dahil kinilala ito ng Batas Republika 111 na pambansang wikang senyas at opisyal na wikang senyas ng ating bansa, kung kaya't siya ay gagamitin na medium of instruction sa ating pangunahin at batayang edukasyon. Kakaiba po ang sitwasyon ng mga bata na dadaan sa mga daycare center dahil wala silang tunay na pakikisalamuha sa isang wika bago sila tumuntong sa barangay, sa daycare center o kahit sa kinder. Sa bahay, at ito ay sitwasyon halos pandaigdigan, nakaraniwan na halos 90% ng mga batang bingi or deaf ay ipinanganak sa mga pamilya at pamamahay na ang kanilang magulang at kasama sa pamilya ay hindi marunong magsenyas lahat. Kung kaya't napakalimitado ng kanila talagang interaction at exposure sa totoong wika. At doon lang sa pagpasok nila sa formal na sistema ng edukasyon o socialization, gaya ng sa mga daycare center, na doon nila makakasama ang ibang bata na gumagamit din ng wikang biswal. ang huwara na maaari nating tingnan mula sa ibang bansa ay ang mga Scandinavian countries, Finland, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, na dahil siguro maliliit ang kanilang mga bansa at mas marami silang resources, hindi katulad ng sa atin na kapos talaga. Pag nalaman ng kanilang social services na mayroong isang pamilya na may sanggol o may batang deaf, ay emergency. Kailangan puntahan kagad yung bahay at turuan magsenyas ang mga magulang. Kasi bago pa nga, tama yung sinabi lahat ng ating mga kasama rito na bago pa man tumungtong sa eskwelahan ay mahalaga talagang impluensya at environment ang mabibigay sa pamamahay. Kaya po kakaiba talaga. Dito naman sa ating mas malapit sa atin, ang mahalagang mga language acquisition centers na nag-aaral, merong isang sentro ng Sign Language Studies sa Chinese University of Hong Kong na talagang naniniwala na mahalagang makita kung papaano nakukuha at nabubuo ang wikang senyas bilang unang wika. Sa Amerika, ang Visual Laboratory ng Gallaudet University ay nagsasagawa ng maraming psycholinguistic at neurolinguistic na mga aral upang maunawaan kung paano ang language acquisition ng mga bata na wikang visual. Sa karanasan ng mga deaf sa komunidad, alam ng marami na ang mas rare na sitwasyon na ang isang deaf na bata ay napapanganak na ang magulang niya ay deaf. Tinatawag nating deaf of deaf. Napakalaki ng agwat ng kanilang academic performance sa mga deaf na mga bata na ang karaniwang magulang ay hearing na hindi marunong magsenyas. Kasi nga walang hadlang mula sa pagkasanggol ang wika. Kaya doon pa lang sa pamilya, meron na silang full access sa wika. Sang-ayon kami doon sa sinabi po ng ating mga kasama na holistic din, nakikita namin ang binibigyang diin ng panukalang batas na edukasyon, ang pananaw na gusto nating ikonsidera. Subalit talagang ang wika ay mahalaga sa iba't ibang lahat ng bahagi ng bata mula sa pisikal, emosyonal, pag-iisip, intellectual at mental. Meron pong tinatawag na language deprivation syndrome among deaf children at malaki itong concern sa mental health. At kung tinatanungan natin na bakit natin kailangan bigyang diin ang unang wika dahil sa pangkalahatang pangangailangan at hindi lamang dahil sa pag-aaral o pang-akademiko. Mahalaga din po yung gusto ko yung tinanong nyo na paano ba practical, paano ba natin makukumbinse ang mga LGU at mga magulang. Sa katotohanan, pag tinanong namin, sa karanasan namin, pag tinatanong namin, nag-volunteer kami, mag-aaral kayong sign language, pamasahe ang problema. Ganong ka yung bagay na hadlang, pondo at parang napakaliit na pamasahe. Pero tsaka, sino yung magdadala ng bata dito? Kung may kapansanan nga ay kailangang dalhin siya sa isang SPED center kung sa batayang edukasyon ang pinag-uusapan. Kaya mas malayo pa, hindi lahat ng mga barangay at daycare center ay may mga pasilidad upang maharap ang pangangailangan ng isang batang bingi. Paano natin makukumbinse ang mga magulang na mahalaga na pumasok sila, yung mga anak nila sa preschool? Simple lang ang sagot namin doon. Kasi ang mga magulang, alam namin na, lalo na sa mga deaf, hindi nila makausap yung anak nila. Out of control ang mga bata. At alam nating lahat, kung meron kayong mga anak o mga pamangkin, mga apo, na yung mga bata papalakat na lang ng iyak, maglulupasay sa sahig, sa mall, sa jeep na hindi mo makausap, hindi mo mapagsabihan. Ganun po kasi kung may imagine nyo, isang deaf na bata, hindi niya nauunawaan kung anong sinasabi ng itong mga tao sa kapaligiran niya. Meron kasing barrier. At yung mga magulang na nakaranas na yung anak nila at sila ay natuto ng isang paraan ng komunikasyon na nagkakausap sila, nagkakaintindihan sila. Ang laking pagbabago sa kinikilos ng kanilang mga anak. At dahil lang doon, hindi akademiko yung hindi sila ganong ka-impress doon sa mabibigay nating mga argumento. Pero yung kaya nilang kausapin yung anak nila, mapapakiusapan nila, mapapagalitan nila, na sa sunod, wag mong gagawin ito anak, ganon, ay napakalaking bagay at ay magkukumbinsi talaga sa kanila sa kalagahan ng Senate bill na ito. Pasensya na po, medyo mahaba. Doon sa aming ipinasa na papel na tindig ukol sa Senate Bill 2029, natutuwa kami na bibigyan ng pansin ang pangunahing edukasyon dahil ito talaga ang critical period, 0 to 7, 0 to 5, 0 to 7 years, hindi lamang sa language development pero sa pangkalahatang development ng bata. Subalit, malinaw at mariing kaming tumututol sa dalawang bahagi ng 2029. Unang-una ay iminumungkahi nito at nakita rin namin na sa House Bill 83 kung tama, kay Congressman Benitez. Ganon din ang sinabi na iminumungkahi na tanggalin ang Section 5A ng Batas Republika 10410 kung saan may isang pangungusap doon na sinasabing ayon sa kurikulum ng ECCD, dapat gagamitin ang unang wika bilang wika ng pagtuturo o medium of instruction. Dito sa Senate Bill 2029 at sa House Bill 83 gustong tanggalin ang pangungusap na ito. Tutol po kami talaga. Magalang naming ipinaabot sa inyo. Tutol kami dahil salungat po ito doon sa karanasan natin na ang bata ay kailangan maunawaan ang mga tao sa kanyang kapaligiran. Bago pa man siya matuto, hindi pa natin pinag-uusapan ng edukasyon o pagkatuto. Yun lang pakikisalamuha bilang bata, kailangan niyang magamit ang kanyang unang wika. Kasama na rito ang mga deaf. Yung pangalawang bahagi ng panukalang batas na may marami kaming duda ay ang usapin na pinag-usapan na natin tungkol sa professionalization. Nakikita namin ang benepisyo ng pagkakaroon ng professional standards kung ibig sabihin nito ay makatarungang pagsasahod, tamang kapaligiran, working conditions. Subalit, ang tingin namin dahil nga sa pananaw kung merong mga volunteer na tumutulong sa kahit sa kinder o sa daycare center na sila ay mga katutubo, kung itong mga volunteer na to ay deaf, alam natin kung gaano kahirap para sa mga grupong ito na makatapos man lang siguro ng high school, hindi pa yung pinag-uusapan na makatungtong sila at makakuha ng degree mula sa kolehiyo at pamantasan. Kaya magigipong discriminatory itong bahaging ito. Ang iminumungkahi namin ay magkaroon ng alternatibong requirement na hindi lamang yon na akademiko kasi nga hindi mawawalan ng suporta ang mga guro kasi ang mga guro umaasa rin na merong sumusuportang mga magulang, mga tao mula sa pamayanan na marunong gumamit ng wika kasama na ang mga deaf. May mga deaf ngayon na nasa mga LGU na tumutulong sa mga daycare centers at sa mga classroom. Pag ni-require na yung bachelor's degree, wala sila, mawawala sila. Kailangan natin makahanap ng isang makatarungang alternatibo para pahalagahan ang kanilang karanasan dahil hindi naman lahat makukuha sa isang pang-akademiko o formal na edukasyon. Malaki ang naiaambag at kahalagahan ng kanilang karanasan sa komunidad. Kaya po, yun ang ukol naman doon sa pondo, isang maikling komento lang ukol sa Senate Bill 1754. Lahat ay malaki, dodoble kung 1 bilyon na para sa 5 taon ang ibubuhos sa ECCD. Ang ipinangangamba lang namin ay handa ba ang sistema ay yung mga leakages na papaano ba ipapatupad ang paggamit. Hindi ibig sabihin na ibinuhos na natin ang resources. Lalaki siyempre ang access, pero ano ang magiging resulta sa pagiging epektibo ng ating mga layunin, at kayo mismo ang nagsabi, ang ating mga tinatadhana para sa batas na ito. Isang halimbawa ay para sa DEF, dahil nga sa pagsasabatas ng Batas Republika 111-6, nandoon na ngayon sa GAA natin, umpisa nitong taong ito, ang General Provision 36, na sinasabi na ang lahat ng mga ahensya, GOCC at sangay ng pamahalaan ay kailangan maglaan ng pondo, ng appropriation sa dalawang bagay. Unang-una ay sa interpreting sa Filipino Sign Language at pangalawa ay accessible materials. Alinsunod na rin ito sa apat na batas, yung 11106 na Filipino Sign Language Act, yung 10533 na Enhanced Basic Education Act, siyempre itong ating Early Years Act, at yung pang-apat ay yung ating Inclusive Learning Resources Center. Kaya po, mahalagang pag-usapan na malinaw sa batas na hindi lang doon natin ipapaliwanag, babalangkasin ng mga detalye sa IRR. Kasi nandun na na pinag-uusapan na ngayon ng appropriations na pag ganitong kalaking pera na doblehin natin, 100% ang ibubuhos nating pondo, gusto po namin sana masiguro na talagang maaabot natin yung gusto nating marating. Kasi tama si Sir, pag hinugot mo kasi itong pondo na to sa kaban, merong pagkakaitan yan. Gusto nating magamit
Dr.
ng tama.
Martinez, we can
Opo,
go
yun lang
to
po.
the point na. So we
Yun lang po.
Okay,
Salamat.
Thank you. Thank you for that. On the point of using the child's first language as medium of instruction, I think we all know that this is also called mother tongue. Is there a policy that was released by ECCD Council or the SWD insofar as the use of the child's first language or mother tongue? Is there any policy to that effect?
Part of the curriculum is the use of mother tongue. But in reality, because the children they come from different culture. So if you use one language, it is difficult for other kids to, like for example, we have, in the case of, when we visited Sorsogon, the kids are are learning in English. And also the teacher may not be very, very familiar with the first language. But it is it's part of the law and it's part of our curriculum to use as much as possible the first language.
But did you release any written policy to that effect?
When we train our child development workers and teachers, and also our city and municipal social worker, and even the mayors, we emphasize this because it's part of the law.
But how about in a formal policy that they could?
An advisory,
Yeah.
we haven't.
How about the materials? Are they also in the mother tongue or the child's first language?
Actually, Your Honor, Senator Awin, when I was still in the Department of Education, the supervisors were saying that it's better to put it in English because they can translate in their own language. When they already, teach the teachers and then also the children, they can translate it in their own language, which is different from like Filipino. They do not want that, but they want English because they can translate it on their own according to how they. I remember when I was in Antique, one of the supervisor was saying that mali po ang translation ninyo sa Karayaan. Karayaan ba yun? Kinarayan. O mali daw ang translation ng DepEd. So, dapat po ma'am, binigyan nyo na lang sa amin ng English. Kami na magta-translate.
That the wisdom why we deleted, Dr. Martinez, the sentence on the use of the child's first language is not because of removing mother tongue, but just giving the teachers the flexibility on what language to use. Because we also recognize, I think during the hearings that we conducted, that even daycares are multilingual. No? So you'll have daycares or CDCs wherein you have children speaking different mother tongues, no? Or different languages. So in order not to make it complicated for the teachers, we will now give the teachers the flexibility to use what language the daycare or the CDCs are using or what is prevalent in their facilities. At the same time, in terms of materials, we'll also give the CDC, the ECCD council, the flexibility on what materials to produce, because they will be the ones crafting the curriculum. So by that deletion, it's just giving the council that flexibility, and the teachers that flexibility. And we saw that because it's really very complicated for teachers to implement a single mother tongue in a classroom because most of our classrooms are multilingual. No? So that flexibility is just is the objective on why we deleted that here. No? Because in the past hearings, we also had that feedback. No? Thank you, Dr. Martinez, for that, and thank you for your position paper as well. So I'll just go back. I know that ASEC needs to leave, but I'll have a few more questions, but I'll finish it. But ASEC, go ahead if you have any feedback. No?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to your question, I checked on our accreditation tools and dun nga po sa curriculum, dun sa content, activities, and then the learning materials, facilities, and equipment, we really, our CDCs are really required to deliver using indigenous and local language and materials.
Or is that
Accreditation tools.
in the accreditation rules? No.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, but have you monitored your experience on the ground as to are they using the indigenous language? Are they using indigenous materials? Because this will be implemented by the local government units. Like for example, in Valenzuela, I know that we buy our own books. No? But I think the books that we are buying, if I'm not mistaken, are in English. Typically English yan dito in Metro Manila. No? No? But if that is the mandate under your administrative order, is that being implemented by our LGUs?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we believe it is really being followed. Kasi po in the process of accreditation, meron kang desired level, meron kang must, meron kang exemplary. So kung ikaw yung local government unit and you want to have a longer validity of your accreditation, you would ensure that the maximum indicators would be complied with. So kapag sinabi po na yung curriculum should be appropriate, the content, activities, and learning materials for children are appropriate and socially, culturally relevant, you will ensure that you will be able to meet all of the requirements. But then again, kung in the process again of accreditation, kung nasa desired level ka and you want to go up a higher level, you will, of course, again, comply and ensure na ma-meet nyo yung mga
But the
indicators.
LGUs are also being accredited. The LGUs, that is the accreditation process
That's correct,
As it-
Mr. Chair. As I earlier mentioned,
for the
NPAs,
private and also.
LGUs, private.
What if the
ones.
LGUs do not follow?
Well, meron po kasing minimum and maximum eh. So
Okay.
kung hindi po nami-meet lahat, pero yung the other indicators naman po ay na-meet nung LGU, they will be accredited.
Was there any instance where an LGU was not accredited?
Well, I will have to check on our
I don't
records,
think
Mr.
I don't think that will happen. I think there's a leniency in terms of accreditation to the lalo na LGUs because they're the ones probably almost 90% of our preschool is run by LGUs, no, through their daycare system. No? So my point of the matter there is if monitoring is actually happening on the use of the mother tongue, is there on the ground, is there a actual monitoring whether the mother tongue is being used as the medium of instruction?
We'll have to revert on that, Mr. Chair. We'll have to check on the information system that is, if it's being
Kasi when we had that four hearings on mother tongue, it's very complicated. Eh. First, you have to determine how many mother tongues are there. No, so you have to know what mother tongues are your learners using inside the classroom. No? That's number one. But I don't think does the worker actually collect information as to what are the mother tongues being used? Is there such a database?
it's in the ECCDIS, so we'll have to check on that lang. Mr.
Okay.
Chair. But
There-
we'll submit a report.
The ECCDIS is per student? Collected per student?
Per student. Mr. Chair, sorry.
It's per student? And who keeps the database?
Kami po sa DSWD. It's
DSWD.
under our PDPB.
Okay. I guess that should be transferred next time to ECCD for analysis. But each student, before classes, you ask the student on what language does the student use, and that's being compiled. So we have a database of all the students, all 600,000, konti lang naman, no? 600,000 students nationwide. Meron tayong ganon. Okay.
Yes, we have, sir.
In taga ano ho kayo, 'di ba? Taga Laguna?
Silang po.
Taga Silang, Cavite. Oh, tinatanong niyo ho, Ma'am.
Opo. While we,
Okay.
upon registration, meron po kami mga checklist na kung ano po yung kanilang language na ginagamit.
And that's being inputted in a national
Yes
database?
po.
Okay.
ECCDIS.
All right.
including.
Okay. And all LGUs ginagawa yan? Even municipal LGUs, we have that database? Sigurado kayo sa mga sagot nyo, ha? Kasi hihingiin ko yan.
As I've earlier manifested, Mr. Chair, I'll have to check on the ECCDIS.
Because I talked to the mayors, I don't think they're doing that, to be honest about it. No, I think ang concept ng daycare, they built a daycare, the students come in, and that's it. Maybe some LGUs like Silang, but not 100% of our LGUs. Unlike yung LIS 100% yan eh. Yan talagang walang tapon dyan. But for ECCD, I doubt it if the municipalities, lalo na yung mga far-flung municipalities,
Sir,
are doing
yun
that.
po yung medyo challenge ngayon, yung pong ECCDIS, kasi may mga lugar po na mahina pa rin yung signal
Yes.
sa encoding. So hindi kami makapagbigay ng concrete data kung ilan na ang aming population. Kasi po may mga challenges nga po ng signal and then yung
Yeah,
mga bundok-bundok. Yan, marami pong ano.
Yeah, ganito na lang. Just give us a report on that ECCDIS. No, how many LGUs have collected information system? How many students are actually enrolled? How many? If you have the breakdown per language, what are the languages that they are using? Those type of things. Kasi if you follow the DepEd, memorize ko na yung DepEd mother tongue DO 74. You have to determine what language are the students, may language mapping through the ILS, and then you group them, di ba? So that's how the mother tongue should be implemented properly. I don't know if the ECCD is doing that, no? Our daycares are doing that. Because that's how a correct way of implementing mother tongue, no?
Mr. Chair, may I request the head of our IT?
Yeah, go ahead.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat, Mr. Chair, Your Honor po. Sa ngayon po, the ECCDIS from the DSWD and the NETIS po ng ECCD Council, meron pong kasama dun sa aming form or dun sa tool na checklist po ng language. But with regards to your question, sir, yung actual monitoring is happening. Hindi po yung medium instruction na monitor, yung checklist lang po yun kung anong language ang ginagamit.
Kasi in the formal schooling, the principal monitors dati. Diba? They monitor the implementation so they know. But with ECCD, there's no principal eh. No, in fact, the LGUs will have minsan like in Valenzuela, we have a what we call a focal person for our daycare. Iba-iba yan eh, no? Iba-iba yan. So but they don't monitor each and every daycare kung anong ginagamit na medium of instruction. Because nga the arrangement at the local level is very loose depending on the LGU. May iba gumawa ng division, may iba under CSWD, may iba walang head, iba-iba eh, no? Walang ganyan talaga. That's what we're trying to fix, no? But in your sir, naka-breakdown siya per language and we can have that information on how many languages are being spoken inside our
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
CDC.
So far as the net is, and I think the CDIS also from the DSWD can have that. The different languages inside. The
Okay, we can
center.
generate that report.
Yes.
Okay, sige. We'll request for that data na lang para malaman namin because that's in line with the comment of Dr. Martinez, no. So we'll see how it's being implemented on the ground, no. And then my next question is I heard earlier that part of the condition for the fourth piece is to go to our daycare centers, no. Monitor ba yan?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Our four-piece beneficiaries with children aged 3 to 5 years old are being monitored po if they are attending CDCs. That's part of the condition. So kung wala, if we have a compliance monitoring division in our four-piece NPMO and we have compliance verification forms. These forms are given to our daycare workers and they fill up the form if indeed these children have attended school. So yun po yung magiging basis in the generation of the payroll, which will be the basis for the distribution of their cash grants.
The parent leaders are the one monitoring that
Uh,
or the city link?
we have our municipal and city link and the social welfare assistants doing the rounds or the or distributing the compliance verification forms to the daycare.
How many families do we have now in the four-piece?
At present, Mr. Chair, we have more than 4 million households enrolled in the Pantawid Pamilyang
So
Pilipino.
if there are 4 million, assuming one household will have one, that's dapat may 4 million enrollees tayo, diba? But how come in the data it's only 600,000?
Well,
Ito, look at this. Oh. From 2 to 4 years old. If you add all of that, that's about 608,000. So it's either mali itong enrollment figures but this came from PSA, the SWD, and ECCD Council.
that's roughly around 200,000. Tama po. Tama po.
About 600,000.
Aged 3 to 5 years old.
Aged 2 to 4.
Age 2 to 4. So yung nasa daycare po, mga nasa 3 to 5. And in our records, Mr. Chair, nasa more than 200,000 yung enrolled in CDCs.
I'm doing just rough if there are about how many 4-piece? 4.5? More or less yan, mga 4.5.
The latest data as of June 30, mga between 3 to 4 million ang current.
So assuming they have one child,
Assuming
lang, this is just a rough assumption, no? I might be wrong. Then we should have at least 3 million something enrollees. Kasi that's a big boost to our efforts to achieve universal enrollment, hopefully, no? And that's why I was quite happy to hear that part of the condition. I thought part of the condition is only basic ed, no? But part of the condition is the early childhood, which is very good, no? But are we checking whether their children are enrolled in daycare? And what if walang malapit na daycare? No. Kasi daycare normally should be located near the communities. It should be walking distance. Like in Valenzuela, ang aming goal is always walking distance. Walang pamasahe. No? But what if the location does not have a daycare center? What do you do?
Well, yes, that was really the supply side aspect of the 4Ps was really one of the concerns when we were starting with it. So talagang we advocated to the local government units to construct or to build daycare centers to enable these children to go to school and meet or comply with the conditions of the program. Again, well, marami naman po mga local government units ang nakagawa niyan, and as I've mentioned also earlier, kinomplement ng ating Kalahi Seeds program din para madagdagan yung ating supply side. In terms of monitoring, yes, we are able to monitor nga po. But this is one of the findings that we've encountered po in the program implementation, that majority of our beneficiaries hindi po siniselect yung mga aged 3 to 5 years old for monitoring. Dahil nga po, sabi nila, masyado pang bata yung kanilang
What do you
mga
mean?
anak.
They don't. What do you mean they don't select?
If we go back to the program design, ang minomonitor po natin are are children aged 18 years old and below. Kung ang isang household po ay may 5 anak, usually ang pinipili po ng ini-enroll nila for monitoring ay yung pong nasa senior high, nasa elementary.
They don't monitor everyone, all the.
When we were starting, Mr. Chair, when we were starting with the program implementation, 3 lang po yung maximum na minomonitor. But with the institutionalization kasi of the program, pwede nang madagdagan yung children for monitoring. But as I could perfectly recall, when we were starting up with the program, 3 lang yung pinipili. And kung may 5 anak, ang pinipili nila for monitoring yung nasa high school na, kasi mas madali na lang daw nga pong ma-convince o mapapunta sa mga schools. As compared to children aged 3 years old, na sabi nga ng mga ibang magulang, masyado pa daw pong bata, or wala daw pong mag-aalaga doon sa kanilang mga anak. So hindi sila nase-select in program monitoring. That was in the past mo. But ito nga po, dahil nadagdagan na rin yung mga children for monitoring, meron naman na po na mga na-elect na mga mas bata pa. But just going back to your question, yes, we are able naman po to monitor.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead, Dr. Martin.
Gusto ko lang po sana malaman doon sa graph kanina kung ilan pong deaf ang nakakasama sa ECCD C or sa mga daycare centers. Kung meron tayong breakdown ng mga deaf.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
mga 4Ps beneficiaries po ba? Or from the
Yun
entire
pong
population?
nakikilahok na nakakatanggap ng, kasi iba-ibang disenyo nung programa, maaring home-based or sa center-based, pero ilan pong deaf na bata ang nakakasama sa mga programa at gawain ng ECCDC?
Do we generate that
ECCD.
report, yung mga LWDs? Okay.
Not that disaggregated by category of general disabilities. We have children with disabilities, but not necessarily only for the deaf, because we have a lot.
Opo, ano po kaya yung dahilan na hindi po na i-considera na i-disaggregate ayon sa kapansanan? Lalo na sa deaf, kasi yun nga pong sa wika at meron po tayong nasa sa batas din na nakaka5 taon na ang paggamit ng Filipino Sign Language, at meron din pong bahagi sa IRR na binabanggit ang iniaatas sa ECCDC ukol sa gamit sa FSL bilang unang wika.
So we based on this report, there are about 180 LWDs enrolled in our NCDCs. No? Parang maliit siya, 180.
Kasi sir, the NCDCs are only 900 plus.
Yeah, okay. But do we have the data for the 600,000 enrolled in our nationwide daycare slash CDCs? Do we have a breakdown of how many learners there are considered LWDs?
According, ikaw na.
Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, if I may answer po. The data is with the ECCDIS, I think po, kung mayroon sila. But the 600,000 is with the ECCDIS, ma'am, ASEC.
Meron ba? Have you... Dapat talaga ilipat na sa inyo ito because you guys are the one creating policy. You cannot create policy without data. No?
Yes.
So,
Sir,
but
0 to 2 is not included in the 4Ps. That's why we kept on, every time that we have a board meeting, we requested that the 0 to 2 also be included in the 4Ps. I mean, as part of the 4Ps.
well, that's a policy issue that we need to. I think the council needs to talk about, no. But in ano, do you identify LWDs, learners with disabilities, in the ECCDIS? Is there such a, because in the LIS meron eh.
Well, for the Pantawid Pamilyang Information System, natitik lang po, Mr. Chair, na check lang kung ano siya, person with disability. I believe ganun din dun sa ECCDIS. But as to the specific disability, hindi po ata nailalagay dun sa system. But we'll have to check, Mr. Chair.
I think the point there is we cannot lump disability into one disability. We all know that different disabilities will require different interventions, different approaches, and that's in line with the inclusive education law. No, so and we didn't exempt ECCD from the inclusive education law. Also included rin siya. So moving forward, I would urge the SWD and the ECCD to disaggregate data and pay special attention to learners with disabilities. That's in line with the inclusive education law. So we cannot just lump everyone together and say, this group has a disability. No? Kasi iba-iba talaga ang disability.
Mr. Chair, ako rin po siguro sasagot nung tanong ko kasi alam po natin lahat dun sa usapin natin tungkol sa 11650 na isa sa mga issue ay ang assessment. Karaniwan ang mga batang hindi nakakarinig, lalo na kung walang formal na assessment, ay napagkakamalan na may kapansanan sa pag-iisip o mabagal o hindi nakakaunawa o intellectual and disability. Kaya marami sa mga bata ay talagang lalong nahuhuli kasi nga napagkakamalan kung anong klaseng kapansanan ang meron sila. So yun po, tinutukoy ko na mahalaga pong tingnan natin yung buong sistema dahil ang malamang, tama yung sinabi nyo, na kung hindi po nadi-disaggregate, ibig sabihin, yung paglapat ng curriculum o pagturo dun sa mga bata ay isa lang. At kung ang hadlang sa mga batang deaf ay ang wika at komunikasyon, ay malinaw na nandun po talaga yung barrier na yon. Kaya mapapaisip tayo kung gaano ka-epektibo ang ganong klaseng pangangasiwa. So assessment po ang susunod na barrier na hinaharap natin. Salamat.
Thank you. We have one more presenter, Dr. Val Ulep of PIDS, but he is online, no, because we actually invited him the last minute. He used his PIDS presentation during our EDCOM meeting. So I'd like to invite him to also present his presentation on early childhood. So go ahead, Dr. Ulep.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Senator Gatchalian. So I apologize for not being there physically. So I'll just say my piece now about the importance of ECCD. A lot of this will be obtained from my presentation during our session at the Senate. So the value of early childhood education is not debatable, right? Hence, any legislative action that supports universal access should be considered. So we all know that there is overwhelming studies have already been done showing the enormous benefits of ECCD. If we want to improve the education system, we need to start strong, and that's why we need to invest in ECCD. So if you look at the evidence, ECCD is not only an avenue for learning, but it's also a very important conduit for other critical services like health and nutrition intervention. So in our paper, we begin to ask, why do we have a very low participation rate in terms of ECCD? So as I've said, we have done preliminary work, which is published online at PIDS, which we attempted to examine the state of ECCD in the Philippines. But we hope to release a more comprehensive assessment in the next few months. So that assessment will try to investigate issues on the following domains like governance, financing, capital investments, and human resources. So I just want to be clear that PIDS, which is a government institution, is ready to assist the government in providing technical inputs in very critical policies like ECCD. So I just want to summarize what we've found in our preliminary work. So what are the issues that we have found? So the low coverage and far from universal coverage of ECCD could be attributed into several things. Based on our estimates, which could be triangulated in your data, Senator, using national survey, around 30% of children aged 3 to 4 years old attend public daycare centers, pre-kindergartens, or any institution, and only 5% attend private. If you look at the estimate, we have large variation across socioeconomic status. The poorer you are, the lower participation rate. So there is also huge variation across regions. For example, in BARM, I think it's less than 10%, compared to the national average of around 30%. But I just want to reinforce that our estimate must be triangulated with other administrative data from PSA or from BDSWD for comparability. So we will be very open to compare notes in terms of the coverage rate because it seems there is variation. Okay, so what we've found, what are the reasons why we have low participation rate? In our paper, we've highlighted two important factors. Number one is perception. Based on our estimate, around 95% of respondents says that their children are too young, right? So they do not send to daycare centers. But to me, I think we need to kind of think about this reason because sure, they are too young physically and mentally, but it might be impossible for them to bring their child to daycare center for various economic or socioeconomic circumstances, like the facility is just too far. So kung 3 to 4 years old yung anak mo, di mo siya paglalakarin. So I think we need to contextualize that response, that 95% of them said that it's just too young, right? But bakit kaya? I think we need to investigate that deeper. There might be supply side issues. Another important factor is supply side factors. I think in the paper, we highlighted maldistribution issues. What we've seen is that in poorer local governments, the density of daycare center is also low, right? There is socioeconomic gradient. Pag mas mayaman yung local government, mas madaming daycare center relative to their population. And I think one of the things that we also want to examine is the quality of these daycare centers. There is no indicators of any sort that we will be able to kind of understand the quality of these daycare centers because we don't have data. We tried our best to get data, but I think it's just impossible to kind of understand the level of quality of these CDCs. So in the paper, we've highlighted several ways to address demand and supply side issue. We had a discussion there about strong promotion to address this perception of too young to go to school, incentive schemes anchored on existing national government programs. And I think there also a great discussion on how to address supply side challenges, basing from other experiences of, based on the experiences of other countries. Like, for example, in other countries, they've already explored innovative approaches to deliver early childhood education, especially in resource constrained settings. No? For example, in Bangladesh and in India, they have explored community-based models, no, to address that resource constrained settings. I think in the paper, we've also highlighted the importance of integrating the services to other programs like health and nutrition. No? So they have already looking for models on how to integrate the governance of ECCD, nutrition and education. I think there are models, for example, in Bangladesh and India on how to do this. No? And I think one of the emerging approaches also is the use of public-private partnership. No? A comprehensive ECCD package could be delivered through PPPs. No? For example, the government could explore local government PPPs. No? So the government could start with looser forms of PPP like management contracts or service contracts with private providers of ECCD, those kinds of things. No, eventually in other countries they have already explored tighter forms of ECCD. No, but this requires advanced regulatory systems. And we need to examine the legal environment on how to do this. But in other countries, they've already explored these mechanisms to address supply side. No? I think these are just the general recommendations on how to address supply side challenges in terms of ECCD. But at PIDS, we are exploring these systems. Hopefully, it will guide our policy decision makers and to improve access to ECCD. So I think that's those are my points, Honorable Chairman. So thank you.
Thank you, Sir Ulep, for sharing with us your findings. I'll go back to Dr. Inchong and to our executive director. Earlier, we were asking. I think part of the earlier, Mr. Ulep mentioned about perception. And he said the perception of our parents is that their children are too young. No? But there's also another perception, which is value. No? I think most of our parents don't see the value of sending their kids to daycare centers or CDCs. Instead, they see it as a cost. No? Siyempre, may bibihisa mo sila, dadali mo sila doon. There's time and effort, no, for our parents to bring their kids to daycare centers. No? Sabi rin kanina ni Ma'am Reyes about that. No? So one way of improving the perception is to show them that performance will improve. No, tatalino yung anak nila. No? Yung anak nila will have good grades in math and science and reading. No? So that's why I'm asking if aside from the ones you mentioned earlier in the earlier part of the hearing, improvements in reading, improvements in writing, what are other studies that we can show our parents that early childhood can indeed improve the performance of their children?
Actually, it was mentioned already by Dr. Martinez. The Heckman study is actually, James Heckman has been the Nobel Prize. He is an economist, and he said investing in ECCD is actually an economic issue. It's not only education issue, but it is an economic issue because children, he has a longitudinal study for at least 27 years, and he conducted it. He conducted it in Bangladesh, and then I think the cohort that he studied were better off. I mean, they were earning better than. I mean, some of them are part of the World Bank.
Okay. Do you have that study? Can we demonstrate that now in the?
We don't have
Meron
it
ba
here.
tayong study so we can put that on record?
We will submit it to you.
Just submit to us. We also, well, I just I want to show the body, no. This we picked up from CPLM, which is a large scale international assessment. And in their study or in their analysis, and you can, I'll flash it, no? In their analysis, we can see, in fact, in other jurisdictions, they call it early childhood education. No? The green bar is no early childhood education. The blue circle is the 2 years of early childhood education. In both early language and early mathematics that they tested on grade 5 learners, you'll see the difference between those students who did not take early childhood education and those who took up early childhood education 1 year or 2 years. No? So based on the CPLM assessment, there's a marked difference, no, in terms of learner outcomes. And we broke it down further in terms of average differences on math scores. And we saw also a difference, although not so big, about 6 percentage points. Those who did not attend ECE and those who attended for 1 year. So the scores you can see is about six points difference. So not so big, but there's still a difference. And we further aggregated this. And this is where the equity issue comes in. No? And we have to take note of this because those who can attend, no, yung dark blue, in dark blue is top 25% of the cohort, meaning the top 25 richest or the top 25 who can afford, scored very remarkably different than those at the bottom 25. So if you compare those who can afford to go into preschool will score better. Those who attended preschool but at the bottom 25, the difference is only 1 point. No, and the reason for that, if you can afford, obviously you can go to better schools, and if you go to better school, you perform better. Those at the bottom 25, even though you attended ECE or early childhood education, your improvement is only very small. So in other words, quality is also very important. No, it's not only building as many CDCs as possible, but also the quality is very important. And when we talk about quality, we talk about curriculum, and we talk about our workers and teachers. No, that's the logic why we included professionalization, because and alam niyo naman to, we're all exposed. If you have the means to bring your children to a private preschool, they will perform better as to compared to a government preschool. So the message of this slide is quality is very important. It's not only building access, but also having high quality. And then there's also one slide. This is the slide that Dr. Insyong mentioned earlier, but we also took a look at the UNICEF study, longitudinal study. And basically what this study is saying, they tested grade 4 students, this one. And there's also marked improvement in terms of literacy, mathematics, and socio-emotional skills development. They compared those who went into our daycare system. This is daycare system, and those who did not. So there's also a marked difference. Hindi lang naka-disaggregate ito based on income class, because the income class will tell you a different story. And that's where the equity comes in. And that's where we want to put in equity. If we will get funds from PAGCOR, kung papagbigyan kami ng PAGCOR, alam ko Kaya talagang ano na yung PAGCOR na gatasan na ng sobra. But if we will, because Senator Angara's proposal is to allocate some funds from PAGCOR, the funds should be based on equity, no? And that's where Dr. Ulap's comment earlier that as the LGU for rich LGUs, they have more daycare centers. The poor LGUs, they don't have daycare centers, and that's where the equity should come in. No? Any funds allocated from national should be in the form of equity, no, because equity matters. No, we cannot leave our children behind. So, just sharing with you some of the research that we came out with, just to establish and to convince our parents and our LGUs that early childhood, the early childhood care and development, or ECCD, is a very important tool or very important program to improve learner performance. No? At the end, our learners will become intelligent, more prepared, they will perform better in schools. Of course, tama kayo, Dr. Insyong, past grade 4, grade 5, grade 6, marami ng factors we cannot control. No? We won't discuss that. That's why the studies are only based on grade 4 and grade 5, no? After key stage 1. No? Yeah. Go ahead. Dr. Insyong.
Actually, they perform higher in that during the first round and the second round, which represent the grade 1 and the grade 2. So that would tell the parents that uh, enrolling their kids in the early years in the center would be more profitable and beneficial to them.
And part of the ECC, earlier I've heard this many times, no? Holistic development of the child. No? And in the objectives of the law, no? Actually in the very first objective, and let me just read, to achieve improved infant and child survival rates by ensuring adequate health and nutrition programs. No? So I want to ask the council, what are the nutrition intervention programs that have been undertaken in our CDCs or daycare system? No? Are there any nutrition programs? Because iba yung sa DepEd formal schooling, no? They have feeding program there. Pero the feeding program there is different to the nutrition programs in our ECCD. So have we undertaken, whether national or local, in terms of addressing the nutritional needs of our children in our CDC/daycares?
Yeah,
Ma'am.
okay. Thank you. Actually, Actually, the first 1,000 days is the one included in the PPAN, and Dr. Layang Hirang has a better program. I mean, she can show you the very program. But in other LGUs, I remember when Mayor Lani Cayetano reported, this has also been happening in some of our, but not all. They have the parents are encouraged to augment the early child the feeding program, and then it actually they're the ones cooking for the children, and this is very attractive to children who do not have anything to eat at home because they have to come to the center. That's one. Two, we ensure that all child development teachers and workers keep a log of the height and weight of the kids, and then also the vaccination. That's part of the indicators in recognition and accreditation.
Do we have data, Dr. Insyong, on how many LGUs have concrete nutrition programs for their learners? How many in again? No, let's confine ourselves to daycare and CDCs. Do we have that data on how many LGUs are actually implementing some form of feeding program or Nutriban No, I think Nutriban is in fashion right now. So, meron bang ganun? And I'll show you why, no? In the this is data from the National Nutrition Research Institute. And I'll just show on the slide that 19% of our children are underweight, or almost 20%, 1 in 5. No? And then 26% are stunted, so that's 1 in 4. No? And then you have 4.8% of our children are wasted. No? So if you take the underweight, no, and multiply it by the 6 million, we're talking about close to about 1 million children, no, are underweight. If you're talking about stunting, that's probably close to about 2 million children are stunted. No? So I agree that the ECCD mandate should be holistic, and it's the CDCs and the daycares are the best way to capture, no, and to put our children into the system, because outside of the school we don't know where they are. We cannot find them. We're blind. But if they are in our schools, then we see all of these things and we can give them interventions. No? So my point is, how many of our LGUs are actually giving interventions to address underweight, stunting, malnutrition? No? Do we have that statistic?
If we go by the first 1,000 days, and the National Nutrition Council would have this data, because they have in every municipalities, they have this barangay nutrition scholar and municipal nutrition action officer.
But from the council, because part of your mandate is part of the mandate under Section 3 of the objective is adequate health and nutrition programs accessible to young children and their pati parents nga and their parents. So, how are we monitoring this particular objective of the law? And considering that the National Nutrition Council is a member,
Yes.
is a member. So I would assume they are the ones who will suggest and recommend what type of intervention program should be launched in our CDC/daycare centers. No?
Actually, Your Honor, the NNC has our data on children that they are handling. So
Yeah, but from the council, meron bang intervention? Like for example, directing the LGUs to to give Nutribans to their children in daycare centers. Do we have that from the council? From the council.
we don't have, but the nutrition, the NNC, Dr. Dayang Hirang, they have program for PIPAN.
Yeah.
Philippine, sige na.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
In terms of securing the nutrition, for monitoring, the ECCD Council, we have the monitoring part of the indicators of the recognition. So we have different indicators for nutrition to ensure that it's properly implemented. But in terms of implementation, it's the jurisdiction of the National Nutrition Council. But the ECCD Council provides input, most especially for the Philippine Plan of Action on Nutrition. So there is a identification for disaggregated age. So what will be the nutritional needs for infant, toddlers, preschool, yung for 3 to 4 years old. So we provided our inputs there. So there is a collaboration between the National Nutrition Council and other agencies concerned in terms of addressing nutrition of these children. Actually, this data is also presented during the Philippine Plan of Action on Nutrition during the TOC. Yeah.
My take on this, because the children inside the daycare centers are the responsibility of the ECCD Council through the local government.
Yes.
Through the local government. So The strategy there is get them into our schools and measure their nutrition or measure their weight and give them proper nutrition.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the basic concept. Because if outside the schools, it's not your responsibility anymore. No, it's responsibility of the local government units na. But inside the school, it's your responsibility.
Yes,
Through policy, through policy.
yes, Your Honor. So that's part of the policy. In the implementation, the supplemental feeding is the responsibility of the DSWD through the social welfare officers. So we identify, but there is a regular monitoring done by the barangay nutrition scholar or the midwives to identify which among the children are stunted, wasted, or even the obesity. And then these lists are submitted so that they will be able to identify who among the children shall be focused on these programs provided by the National Nutrition Council.
I understand that. I know. Because before we interact also with the National Nutrition Council. In fact, in the local government unit, there's also a local nutrition council.
Yes, yes.
No, there's a local nutrition council that takes care of the nutrition of their constituents. But I'm focusing on the children inside our daycare centers, no, which is the scope of ECCD council. Meron bang direct issuance ang ECCD council to take care of the health or to look at the health aspect and the nutrition aspect of our children?
Yes, sir. As mentioned earlier, in the standards and guidelines that we issued, this was passed by the governing board. We have an area on health and nutrition. So there are different indicators there, checklists that the local government, through their centers, needs to comply. So this compliance is also part of the indicator in the CFLGA. And so that we will really ensure that LGUs will comply. And right now, in the review of the CFLGA, we're lifting this up to the SGLG that there will also be a particular or specific indicator so that we will really strengthen the implementation of these integrated ECCD programs at the local level.
That's what I want to hear, that the council itself is moving into the nutrition issues, no, and issuing certain circulars or guidelines for LGUs to follow and address nutrition issues in their daycare centers. Nasa system mo na yan eh. No, it's inside your daycare system. You have to take care of them. Outside of that, it's a whole new different story. No, but inside, since they're going into our schools, let's take care of them. No, that's the context. But then again, no, we need the DILG, no, the strength and the push and the political reach of DILG to mobilize the local government units. We all know that local government units respond to the DILG, and it's also the DILG's mandate to supervise, the national policies being implemented by the local government units. No, so that's the logic why we included the DILG as a member, so they can work in tandem, whether to a joint circular or through a circular here by the council itself. No, but DILG being a member will now have that force and that push to implement ECCD policies to the local government units. No? Yeah, go ahead, Attorney.
Sir, I'd like to clarify kasi hindi ko masyadong narinig. Pero was there a black and white na paper coming from the ECCD that the LGUs are mandated to have yung nutrition kanina na sinasabi?
I understand. My understanding is yes, but you can explain, Mr. Sabalsa.
Yes, it's in the revised handbook 2019 passed by former Secretary Eduardo Año to include the indicators for underdevelopment. It's 5 points in the CFLGA. So the center should be recognized. And part of the recognition are indicators to nutrition-specific programs.
But it's also in your checklist, right?
Yes,
That was
it's in the
promulgated
checklist.
by the ECCD
ECD
Council.
Council.
So the
yes.
ECCD Council came up with a checklist. One of the items there is nutrition. Tama?
Yes.
No? Health
One
and
area,
nutrition.
health and nutrition.
And then because of that checklist, it became part of the Seal of Good Housekeeping.
Child friendly local governance audit, but it's not yet part of the seal of good local
Child friendly. Child
Yes.
friendly. Okay.
Sa, if I'm not mistaken po yata sa SGLG, yung development lang yata ng ECCD, yung child, the facility lang.
Actually, there's no facility also. It's just the ECCDIS. It's just the data. So during the review of these awards given by the DILG, it's recommended really to upscale the awards because SGLG is a higher award. And we also want to lift it up also to the presidential award. So there is a disalignment between the indicators.
Well, attorney, one of my personal amendments to the Seal of Good Housekeeping law, there's a law on that, is to add as one of the criteria education. No? And would like to urge the DILG to review that aspect, no, so that when you say education, it can include early childhood education, obviously, no. So let's include that as part of the requirement, so that local government units who are striving to get that seal of good housekeeping, seal of good governance, will also take recognition on early childhood education and early childhood care. I think hindi siya masyadong na-emphasize. Let's emphasize it some more so that local government units will build more daycare, will allocate more funds for nutrition, no, things like this. No? Right?
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, I have exhausted all of my questions. If you have any more comments or any more reactions or anything that you want to put on record, attorney?
Sir, I'd like to ask, kasi yung sa professionalization, di ba, we earlier discussed yung kailangan may certification yung ating mga CDCs at saka yung mga workers po natin. If for example, kasi di ba, Mr. Chair, may mga workers tayo na umaalis kasi maliit yung compensation nila. Pero on the other hand, there are other workers na stayed because of passion, teaching the children, etc. Could it be na yung, for example, yung worker na yon stayed as a daycare worker for a period of 5 years? Hindi po ba pwedeng equivalent yun for a certification so that yung hindi na siya kukuha ng certification later during the transition period?
That's possible. We'll ask. Maybe that's a question that we can ask the ECCD Council, but you can revert back to us during the technical working group. An amendment that I will introduce in the bill during the technical working group is government is mandated to come up with a reskilling, upskilling, training program. No? And that will be available to all of our daycare workers for free. And the result of that is they will be certified. Of course, in the to be certified, there's certain tests, no? Dapat may trade test yan. And you have to pass that test, no? On the other side, we need to ask maybe the opinion of the council if experience can be an equivalent of a certification, no? Because when you say certification, that means you have acquired certain skills and competencies, no? But how do you measure those certain skills and competencies? Maybe experience will be sufficient. However, you still have to undergo certain exams, no? Certain tests, no? Para malaman natin if you have acquired those certain skills and competencies, no? We'll mandate government to come up with that assessment, no?
Mr. we already have com- a, co- um, a manual of competencies of child development workers and teachers, and perhaps we can think of an equivalency program as long as it will be in it will be accepted by the civil service. Because if we are trying to give them a plantilla position, therefore there must be qualification. And I suggest, and we will go back to our drawing board, that there should be an equivalency program. For example, not all training can be credited because it has to have a bearing on pedagogy, because that is what is important, right?
That's a very technical aspect. We'll leave it to the council to study this very carefully. But we want to embed that in the law already. No, so it's not a dead end for daycare workers. Meaning, if I'm a daycare worker, I have an option. My options are avail of the training program, upskilling, reskilling, then take the examination or assessment and be certified. The other route is I can go certify myself because I think I'm competent already, but I still need to get that assessment. No? So my dual track ka. Or else, if you don't want to do anything, you can still stay as a daycare worker, but maybe maybe a different level, no? Maybe a much lower level. No? So we have different tracks in terms of professionalizing the entire system. No? So we'll talk about that during the technical working group because that needs a lot of thinking and study. No? But eventually, an end goal then, hopefully, no, if the local government has the capacity, is to regularize, no, take them as regular employees based on their qualifications that will be approved by the CSC. No? Yeah. So that's the mechanism that we're thinking, no, in a nutshell. All right. Any more? Yes, Dr. Martinez.
Um, Tanong lang po, ukol doon sa issue ng wika, ano po ang naiisip ninyo nung pinaliwanag nyo sa amin na bibigyan ng flexibility ang ECCDC ukol sa paggamit ng wika? Ano po ang magiging papel o suporta ng pambansang antas sa kanilang programa o proyekto, kung meron, o papaubaya nyo na mismo sa ECCDC? At yung isa pa po, kung naghahanap po, siguro magandang tingnan yung Heckman curve dun sa tinatanong nyo. At pangatlo, kailangan po ng napakaraming pagsasaayos dahil ang Filipino Sign Language walang degree program sa kolehiyo o pamantasan. Sa ngayon ay itinuturo siya sa komunidad. Wala pong sistema ng interpreting, wala pong national standards, although lahat pong ito ay sinisikap ng trabahuhin ng Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino bilang siyang ahensya na inatasan sa pagsubaybay sa pagpapatupad ng Batas Republika 111 sa IS. Kaya po gusto ko sanang imungkahi na kung maaring isaalang-alang na doon po sa magiging bahagi ng council dahil nga sa issue ng wika at sa kahalagahan nito, maaari po kayang isama ang Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino. Dahil nga po sa kanilang expertise sa mga wika. At kung sabi nyo nga po, alam natin na sa batayang edukasyon talagang masalimuot talaga ang sitwasyon. Kaya baka po makatulong na merong magtitingin ng buong sitwasyon mula sa lente ng wika. Yun lang po. Salamat.
Dito po sa proposal ho namin, we'll give the council the flexibility. No? For example, if a community... For example, I'm sure, kasi daycares are very micro. For example, if a daycare is located in a monolinguistic area, no, then the teacher has that option to use the local language there. No? But for example, in cases like sa amin, sa Valenzuela, we have communities that are Ilonggo, that are Tagalog, meron pa kaming Maranao. No? Let the teacher decide what language to use. No? Because definitely the language that they will use there is probably the the common language or the language that is prevalent there. No? So that is the method that we are suggesting, because we're very cognizant of the multilingual setting of our country. And even though we specify it here, in reality on the ground, they're not using it. They're not using it because of its complexity. No? That's and we cannot force our teachers to use it, our daycare workers to use it if it's too complex for them. No? So that is the logic why we removed it, to give the council the flexibility on what language, not the council, in fact, the teacher, the flexibility on what language to use.
So yun po ang ibig sabihin nung tinutukoy niyong flexibility, na yun ngang mismong guro ang pipili doon sa isang wika na gagamitin niya. Pero kung may kasama siya halimbawa na mga katuwang sa paggangasiwa, sa pagpapalakad ng daycare center, hindi kinakailangan na isa lang yung pipiliing wika. Kasi nga, gaya ng sabi natin, kung halimbawa multilingual nga, 3 wika ang nandun. May mga bata na 3 wika ang ginagamit. May guro na gagamit ng isang wika, may katuwang pa siyang 2. So posible po yun, na ganung flexibility ang mamamayani.
Sa mga kagaya ho ng mga eskwelahan, kasi isang eskwelahan normally marami hong guro. No? Iba-ibang guro, iba-iba yung language na alam nila. But in our daycare, typically isang teacher lang yan. Isang teacher, baka may swerte ka kung mayroon kang assistant But not all may assistant. Like in Valenzuela, we have some daycare na 1:1 lang ang tawag namin. No? May maraming ganun ho. So yung teacher, for example, Ilocano ako, pero ang kaharap ko, iba-ibang, sa Cordillera area, iba-iba yung mga lingwahe. Hindi rin natin pwede siyang pilitin na gamitin, let's say, yung Kankanae, o gagamitin yung Cordillera language, because ang alam ko, Ilocano and Tagalog. No? So, in reality, it's very difficult for the teacher to use the language of the child because siya mismo hindi niya alam ano yung language nung bata. No? And then, yun na nga, no? Unlike sa typical school na pwedeng magpalit ng mga teacher. Kung marunong ka mag-Ilocano, ikaw magturo dyan. In a daycare, isa lang siya. No? Minsan, 2, swerte ka na kung may 2. No? Or swerte ka na kung may 3, may iba yatang 3. But typically, it's really 1:1 yan. Typically.
Gusto po namin yung ipinakilala niyong konsepto sa 11650 doon sa Inclusive Learning Resource Centers na may konsepto ng mga para-teacher. Kasi dati po actually sa kolehiyo may ginagamit yung ganung tawag sa mga individual na marunong magsenyas, pero baka wala nga nung karampatang akademiko na requirements. Kaya tama yung sabi nyo, isa lang naman, at siyempre pagtitipid din sa resources. Subalit kung merong volunteer o merong katuwang na maaring bigyan din ng kung anumang klaseng kompensasyon, kasi kayo, naalala ko, sinabi nyo nun sa ating 4 na public trials, ang pananaw po natin ay bilang karapatan ng bata na gamitin yung kanyang sariling wika. Kaya kung pipili tayo ng isa, may bibigay doon. Kasi kung hindi nga ma-accommodate lahat, kailangan natin pumili ng isa. Pero kung merong ibang individual na maaring maging katuwang, tatanggapin po. At kung anong klaseng pagsusubaybay ang gagawin sa pambansang antas para siguruhin na o sige, yung pagpili ng isang wikang yon na ginawa ng guro sa lugar na yon ay nakakatulong doon sa pakay natin at layunin at hindi nakakasama. Kasi baka kawawa, hindi makapagsalita yung mga bata. Yun po.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Martinez. We'll think about your concept, no? How to marry that concept with the realities on the ground, no? Yun ang aming because our daycare system / CDCs operate very differently from our school system. Our school system kasi in one school, we have multiple classroom, multiple teachers, but daycares are usually isa-isa lang siya eh. And typically, like sa amin nga, ang aming philosophy, it has to be walking distance from the community. Hindi kasi ang mga parents, they will be discouraged kung mamamasahe pa sila to go to the nearest daycare. Lalo silang hindi pupunta. No, so what we did is we located it to my survey kami, we located it to our the nearest community, no, para walking distance lang. No. So that's the concept, no. All right. So with that, we have some requirements for information and data for CSC, the E4 Kid Study, if you can submit it to us. And then to the CSC, comments and recommendation on the training requirements and also the salary grade. The DSWD, andito pa ba sila? Wala na, no? Yeah, we'll send them na lang a letter. To DepEd, effects of early childhood education to student outcomes. We discussed that later, but please submit to us a formal communication and complete study on that. And then to the
Also our
DILG.
position papers.
And also position paper. Yes, thank you, Dr. Xiao. To the DILG, implications of the Mandanas Garcia ruling in light of the ECCD proposal. All right, and we'll probably send you or email you some more data requirements along the way. So with that, we'll terminate the hearing and then we'll enter into a technical working group, most probably next week, and we'll inform you of the date and the time of the technical working group. But please send us your position paper, hopefully before Monday next week. No? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. This hearing is hereby adjourned. Maraming salamat po.